Hello, hello. Let's make sure we got all this stuff. Cool. Okay. So today is Monday, which means it's tenant time and then marketing plan time, all the normal stuff at the beginning of the week. And it's been going pretty fast lately because I just copy paste all of this and then update the date and then fill in whatever thoughts I have. So, how did this last week go? There. Sustainability wise, think my energy was sort of lagging on Friday, but that could have been due to sleep slash lunch. I still feel energized to work on this stuff. So in general, I'd say this is going well. Bricklaying. Yeah, I'm doing whatever is most important for challenge mode since I think that's what's most important for the game. I think my mentality around this is mostly fine, except for Friday afternoon. Yeah. And then not wasting the opportunity. I didn't really do a lot of extra. I think just things have been busy IRL, but I've been keeping up with marketing and I think I'll have some time in the coming weeks to catch up, at least in a minor way. Yeah. Okay. So that's that. Marketing stuff. Last week's marketing plan was to reach out to 15 new people. I did. I've been keeping track of all this stuff, like what are the response rates and everything, how many people are making videos. And I think I think there are a couple things that I've realized. One is I can't keep going with just YouTube. I've found a bunch of YouTubers. I appreciate the ones that have made videos. Let me switch to this and type minus Adam. Is there a way to, yeah, here we go. And then, yeah, cool. Okay. So there have been a bunch of people who have made videos. And if we were to add up all of their views, we'd probably get like 1 to 2,000 maybe. And like I said, I appreciate that these people are doing this, especially because I'm reaching out to a lot of them to get them to do this. And yet I don't know if this is a good use of my time. Like this, it's not paying off even when people make videos thing. Unfortunately, this is just the marketing funnel, and there's a certain amount of reach that I need to have. And if we look at the wish list count in the last week, for example, it's like on any given day, it's going up by like a 25 to 26 ish, something like that. And if we look at the last 3 months, it's been, yeah, we used to have editions of like 35 to 50. And it was like that for a decent amount of time. It jumped up to 70 at some point. Those jumps are from like bigger YouTubers covering this. Now, with that said, it's not like I'm unhappy about getting 25 or something. There was a time when we were averaging 10, so going up to this amount is definitely good. And it's hard to say how much it's due to, like, how much is it helping by me reaching out to people. Then the other thing is, how many more people do I have that I can even reach out to? Hey, Matt. So I'm not totally sure what I want to do, but this is getting to be a bit of a slog. With that said, I should probably like finish reaching out to YouTubers. So week 9, I think tonight I got to do some follow-ups. So follow up with everyone who hasn't responded from 10 days before. Oh, what should I do? I should try to make shorts or something. The only time I'd have to do that would be on Thursday. But I think I should try that. I should definitely consider what my schedule is. Consider making a Skele specific short or what the game is and see if we can get people in that way. And what else? I still think I should reach out to like 10 new YouTubers. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's the marketing plan for this week. It would be nice if I could somehow know how effective is what I have done so far. And maybe I'm underestimating it a little bit. Like maybe getting whatever 2,000 views across a bunch of YouTubers has actually pulled in, let's say, 75 wish lists or something. It's like, yeah, that's probably worth it then. What's kind of weird is when you have sorry, this wasn't even in the camera. When you have a resource that you can use for anything, which basically is like my time is that resource. So we could put it toward marketing, could put it toward development. And the game's not finished. So like this has to happen at some point. The marketing doesn't have to happen exactly. The game could just take off without it. So just from that point of view, it's like, well, you have to develop. Anyway, merge PR is what I have next on the list because I don't have anything outstanding here. So yeah, let's go take a look. There should be some fun stuff in here because Kevin has started producing some PRs again, and Quickie Joe had made a PR a while ago that I hadn't merged main into or kind of looked at. So let's just take a look at the oldest one here, which is this one. Abby. She meows in the hall, and then I don't think she actually wants to be let in or anything. Okay, so original changes look good to me. Merge in main, fix a couple small issues. I think this is ready for review and merge. Only thing I saw and didn't fix myself is that the money label doesn't have great contrast when the uses the warning threshold. Okay, I'll write this down. PR work. Get the money label with the new UI to not look bad when it's red. And then make sure the icons are rasterized at a big enough size. I am very curious how this is going to look. This is 1107. Get GHPR checkout 1107, I just said. Yeah. All right. Reload from disk. Close every tab. Launch the game. I showed this off a while ago in picture form, and I think at one point we looked at it briefly in the game. Oh, whoops, what am I doing? Stop. Clearly, I have done nothing over the weekend for this. There we go. Yeah, so this is a big visual change. And I think there are probably some things we should change about even this. So for example, if I unlock all the adventurers, now we have a scroll thing here. And it's just a little bit less usable than it was before. And even the battle map is a little bit smaller. Should make sure the whole money thing has the tooltip here. Wait, what's the press state? Blue? Interesting. Also, what is that? Is that a shadow? It might be. I think it's fine either way. I don't think it's a big deal. Although it does kind of look a little bit strange. There's a sort of inconsistent shadow around this. I'm not sure what's causing that. And I don't know if that's intentional. I might need to ask Quickie Joe about that. Yeah. Because I think that looks a little unusual. All right, I'll write a note about that. Let's do one of those, those. Okay. So I'll write this down for Tuesday afternoon Ask if this is intentional. And then I said push a new demo build today too. But yeah, all in all, I think this is looking fine. So any issues or anything? No, it doesn't look like it. Whoa, you haven't seen this before? Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a big change to the game. I think we need to expand the height of this, like the smallest amount even. Ideally, you'll be able to see like 4 rows of adventurers. Does this work? The closed banner is moving. That's a shame, but I think that's going to get changed once we consolidate these tabs. So I should probably try this in regular mode. Just tab back over. That's gorgeous. Yeah, it looks really, really nice. Hey, Duchesne. Yeah, I think this is fine. Can you scroll these things? You can't. Oh. Oh, so if this ever is too small now, then there's no changing that. All right, let's enter a run here so I can just take a picture of this. This moves so that, yeah, I'll just leave it like that. Okay, so go back over to here. Some general notes to no one in particular. Hey, Mysterious. Was this your direction? Quickie Joe just did it. I didn't even ask for this. I think it's amazing. So I'm very happy with the art direction. So the close button moves, or the close button is always in the same general relative position. And the rest of the tabs aren't scrollable. So if there isn't enough screen space, we see this. All right, so that's one comment. Another comment is this one, which now I have to copy as markdown and then go to some like base 64 converter and paste this in. Sure love having to do this. There we go. Okay. The buttons have kind of a weird shadow. What else did I notice? Oh yeah, the height is not as much, so we can't fit as many adventurers. I'm gonna wait for those to disappear. There we go. The height of the entire panel is shorter, so now we can't see as many adventurers at once. Blush, thanks for the resub. Welcome back. Happy 1/6 of a year. I think this is slightly more of a problem here, where we can't see the entirety of the skills. So I think we should increase this if we can. This is slightly more of a problem when it comes to skills because they're just barely unable to fit at once. And then the contrast here is something that I think we could do better with. Yeah, and even this text. But I think that's the only place where that shows up. Let me take a look. Yeah, we got to fix this contrast. Oh, also, I never tested this. What happens if we have too many of these tabs? What if I build all of that and that and that? So that's everything that has perks, right? And now if you shrink this, what happens? Oh, interesting. This one works fine. Although these buttons aren't themed like Skele-seller. Hey, who cares? Shouldn't these icons also be bigger to match the adventurer perks? Um, Probably. Oh, now they're in a flow container? Or maybe they were already in a flow container? Because this is how it always used to render is 3x3 here. New edition, yeah, new edition. The whole panel is a new edition. So it looks pretty nice. I do like it. Yeah, so the contrast we definitely need to work on. I don't think I can push a new demo version until we change the font colors on that at least. Did I already write this down? No, I did not. Hey, Phil. All right, so let's take a picture of something where we've maxed out at least one of these and then have enough money for one of the other ones. Yeah, so this is a good example. The contrast needs to be improved for the perks tabs. Here we can, it's hard to make out the tab title, garbage line perks, and all of the cost labels. What I kind of wonder about is, what if we just made this background, this like darkish background, what if we made this a little bit lighter? I'm guessing they're standalone graphics so that it might not be super easy to do that. Let's see, cover, that's all fine. Bookmark back, that's fine. Ink box, money area, I like that a lot. Paper, buttons, red, green, blue, that's fine. Yeah, this. We'd have to probably change the color of this. And I think just making it lighter would probably work. So instead of being a darker paper, it'd just be maybe closer to white. I kind of want to try that. So I guess I've got to write a comment here or copy this. Gotta tackle these issues. If I held off pushing the demo for this, then we should push the demo after doing this. Wouldn't be as fine-tuned. Yeah, exactly. But I was thinking, what if we just made it white and then never modulated it afterward? Because white would look decent for parchment. Like, I like the color that's being used here already. I think that's nice. But then when it comes to the perks, it's just that this is too dark. And maybe we could do it the other way around. Like this is, no, we couldn't really. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll take a look at that. I think just changing the color should be fine. Yeah. Off-white. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I don't think, but I think something lighter is important. Yeah. So, okay. I wanted to look through what Kevin had done here. So merge branch, minor cleanup after merging, fix typo, run UID tool. Okay, so let's look through all these commits. And then I should look through the code too. So what is this one? Minor cleanup. That looks automatic. This no longer has a unique name. Yeah, we no longer have that. And sludge container. Okay, this all seems pretty important. Now what is this? Yep, okay. Just as a typo, sure. This is run UID tool, so this should be automatic. Yep. Then what? Fix texture filter in party chooser panel. Sounds fine. Fix bug with tab. Oh, to prevent you from deselecting it. Yeah. Okay, that's all pretty reasonable. So I should look through the code and I should test some of this stuff out too. Let's go take a look. See if there's anything that stands out. So the graphics, I mean, I think the graphics look great. Especially this. We had a really tiny wisdom sludge icon and we still do. But then when you go into here and you can see, oh my God, it's a brain. Yeah, I think that's cool. Okay, so now we get to the actual changes here. Yeah, it definitely looks great. Also, I probably need to merge main in again. When was this done? Oh, thank goodness. 2 days ago. Okay. Ooh, good. So I don't need to do anything. So far everything looks fine, but I'm mostly just looking through the scenes here. Separation change, that's okay. Yeah. Custom minimum size. This is of skills. So we do need to rasterize this differently. I should probably push the changes right to this branch. Hey, the city, what kind of game is this? This is a game about, it's like a town management, auto battler, incremental game. So it's basically, I've been calling it idle light. You're not just standing around doing nothing, but you're also, it's on a clicker game. But yeah, the Steam page goes into a little more detail. And then I could show it off at some point here, but I gotta finish looking through this PR. Yeah, welcome in. Okay, so far looking good. Yep. Yeah, some margins changed. This is now not visible. I wonder if anything ever makes this visible, because it probably doesn't, in which case we should probably just delete this. Hey, Zoletics. Yeah, some roguelike elements, yeah. What is this? This is Battle Panel tab. Battle Panel tab. Okay, so somewhere in here there's an invisible separator, and I guess it's that. Start battle button, children container. Yeah, it's in here. And the whole thing is not visible. Oh no, there it is. Okay, so if we make this visible, yeah, it's just a line. So I guess we should just turn this off, right? Yeah, there's no real reason to do that. Especially if it's always going to be invisible. Okay, let's turn it off. Or we could turn it on and just not have any style to it. Just turn this off. No, you can't do that. You could make it a style box empty. Then it would expand the button a little bit. We could do that. So I guess which one looks better here, the larger button or the smaller button? I don't think I really care, but if nothing's ever going to make this visible again anyway, then yeah, why keep it? So let's make sure nothing does make that visible. This is in Battle Panel tab, and what's it called? H separator? Yeah, no, nothing does. Okay, let's just turn it off then. That's fine. We'll delete it. Okay, so that's pretty reasonable. What else do we have here? Current tab equals 2 in the tab container. I wonder if that's ever a problem when you start a new game. I should probably test that. We could just turn off all the feature flags. So turn this off. Turn this... Actually, just that one. Well, that's all we need to do. Now it should enter the cutscene when we start the game. And we should enter the tutorial after that, which will let us know if selecting a tab by default was a problem. So this should be the cutscene. Yep, we're going to skip this. And then we get our starter text here. The new portraits. Love it. Okay, so now we open this up. Oh, that's not actually a thing. The thing we need to open up is once we get our first adventure. Yeah, now we get this. Battle map is selected. This is still pointing in the right direction. Oh, this is clickable? I guess that's fine because we need it to be hoverable as well. So start battle. I can't speed this up because I'm not in a debug build according to the feature flag I just turned off. So we just got to wait for a little bit. But I want to make sure that after the tutorial, this all looks good still. Yeah, new UI art. Yeah. Give me a big change. Okay, so now we put this over here. We can restart, and now we can look at these things. Huh, I wonder if that always happened. Either way, it seems fine. I wonder if we should zoom out on this. Did that work the way I expected it to? Kind of. Okay, so this is just a tiny bit weird, but see how this is the rightmost pixel over here? If you extend a line straight downward, it covers this blank area, so you can't click right here to close this. I think that's okay. I don't think people are going to be like super frustrated by that. You move your mouse like 3 pixels and you now can click. But if we could make a custom mask for where the click handler is on this thing, then we'd probably take this out. But yeah, I don't think it's a big deal. Plus pressing escape works. Pressing the same key that opened it works. I wonder if now that these are larger, we should also make the buttons larger here. We certainly could. Because this is kind of a small area. I should write that down. Maybe we should make the minus and plus buttons bigger for skills. Now that the icons are larger. Also, nothing says I think that these need to be powers of 2. We could shrink these a little bit. If we made them like 100 by 100, we would gain, what, 84 pixels? And 84 pixels might be all that's missing for us to be able to see this. So I should probably try that out too. But yeah, let's keep looking through this. There's more to do here. So texture filter was set in the tab container to be 2. Unfortunately, I don't know what texture filter of 2 means. So we got to go figure out what that's supposed to represent. I think the easiest way to do this is just make a texture rectangle, right? Yeah. And now look at where texture filter is there. And now look at the documentation for that. So what is a texture filter of 2? It is linear. Okay. I don't think we ever want something to be linear for this. I think we want it to be nearest. Hey, Kevin. I'm looking over the PR that you'd modified, and there are some follow-ups I'm going to have to do, but in general, everything's looking good. So thank you very much for tackling this. All right, I got to figure out where this is. Panel tab container under max size container. Panel tab container. It's this. So this now has a texture filter of linear. I don't think we should do that. Yeah, in fact, if I make this nearest, what happens? Oh my God, yeah, it changes everything. Okay, so... Oh, this is big. So I think what we want is for the background of this to have a texture of linear, but then everything else to override it. So like you can see this is now fuzzy, but if I set this to nearest, it's now crisp. We want it to be crisp, but we want the background of the panel to be not using nearest, I guess. Actually, I'm not even sure about that. Maybe we do want everything to be set to nearest anyway. In which case, we could just set this to inherit, which is the... Oh, it's not the project default? Oh, or maybe something else overrode it. That's inherit. That is inherit. That is linear. Was this always linear? Panels tab container. Panels tab container. So this file was a texture filter changed. Can I just copy this whole thing? View file. Yeah, so texture filter. No, it was just the tab container. So then this was already set even on main. Panel tab container. Texture filter. Oh, God. All right, I don't know why we did that. Is this being run through the editor right now? It's not. Why does this look crisp then? Oh, God. Okay. Setting this to inherit is the same as setting this to linear because it's inheriting from a linear node. So I set this to linear, it doesn't make a difference. Okay, so let's try running this now. The thing is, this doesn't look like that. Oh, wait, I gotta also change feature flags, huh? Oh, and then I gotta, whoops, okay, yeah, let's undo all of that. Yeah, it's gonna run, but I don't actually want it to. Invalid UIDs, use text path instead. Okay, I don't know what's causing that, but I'll probably need to run the UID tool myself, I guess. So yeah, to me, this looks fine. These graphics look fine too. Yeah. Hey, Flare. So let's try changing it. I'll do it while it's still on screen so you can see the difference right here. So I'm going to change the whole panel to, oh, it already is linear. I'm going to change it to nearest then. All right, so you can see the difference. Maybe not as much through the stream, but it's nearest now. Now it's linear. Now it's nearest. Now it's linear. And you look at the coin here, it's most obvious. So if I make it nearest, it's like it becomes very crisp. And if I set it back to linear, it becomes like slightly blurry. So no matter what, we want this to be set to nearest. But the question is, do we want the rest of the panel to be set to nearest as well? Because if I set this to linear, you can see the border changing here. If you just look at this dark ink color, like that's on linear. Now it's on nearest. Now it's on linear. Now it's on nearest. So I think nearest actually looks best. Yeah, I think it looks best on nearest. So I think I'm going to just do that. At which point, we could just set this to inherit, can we? Yes, we can. Okay, so that's what I think I'm going to do. Such crispy pixels. Hey, Freak Technic. Yeah. Okay, so then where did I leave off here? I guess in this file. And there was a texture filter on the tab container, which now we're deleting. Yeah, that's just set to inherit. Okay, good. Clip tabs, current tab alignment, visible is set to false. So we deleted that. Did we? That's the battle panel tab. No, that one probably should be invisible by default. I guess everything should be. It gets controlled by the code anyway. So yeah, I don't think there's a problem there. Anything else? Nope. Some colors change. I'm not going to look at the colors. We looked at those just kind of visibly, not through code. Visually, I mean, not through code. All right, so some margins. Again, not going to look at that too much. Same thing with separation. If it looked good in the UI, it's fine for me. We're just looking for anything that might be unusual here. And I don't see anything unusual. What happens when we give ourselves a ton of money? Yeah, so that red needs to be changed. Oh, that entire feature probably needs to be changed. So I think this looks good. So next up, we have the perks panel tab, and this did almost nothing, so that's fine. Then we have a theme here. I think that's okay too. Then, yeah, paper stack theme. Sounds good. UI is new? Yeah, the UI is new. Yeah, this is, I think it's generally pretty good. There are some little things that I would be changing here. And we're going to work on that a little bit. So layout direction, this is for a flow container. We had a minimum size. Texture filter is the same. Yeah, layout direction changed. I got to run the UID tool. Skill button. Skill button used to be linear. Now it's nearest. I gotta test out changing the size of that. Player ability tree also had a texture filter of nearest, or linear, I mean. Player ability tree. That was this. It's pretty much like one of these things. And this was set, I guess it doesn't matter because purchase skill button probably overrides whatever the texture filter is. It's set to linear. Interesting. So it looks like this. If I set this to nearest, I guess it doesn't really matter too much. As long as it looks crisp. And here, the only reason it doesn't look crisp is because we rasterize at a lower size than we need to, which again is one of the things I want to change. But otherwise, I think we can ignore the rest of that. I got to run the UID tool as well. Got to write that down. Anything else here? H separator has a custom minimum vertical size. That's interesting. Where's this? Player ability tree. What is this even doing? It's in VBox container, VBox container. Right here. So it's underneath the title. There's a separator. Yes. And now we set a minimum size on that thing? Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's probably something that the parent should be controlling, right? This VBox container? Maybe it's not needed. AP5552. Yeah, the icons look nice. I think I'm going to shrink them a little bit. Causes me to have a tick often when people say it. My brain just goes, oh, someone's talking about me. I like saying flare instead of bird, though. So I'm still going to say flare. And I'll try to very much stress player. The player of the game. Okay, yeah, the rest of this looks good. Okay, so I'm going to check in what I've done so far, which is very little. And then we're going to work on some of the other stuff that we need to do here. Style box line, this was moved somewhere? No, this is deleted? What? How did this get changed, I wonder? Is it because I deleted the H separator? Yeah, it is. Okay. So this is remove invisible H separator. The base PR hit it and nothing shows it now. So there's no reason for it to exist. All right, so what about these other ones? So this is to change the texture filter. This part's important. And this is on what, panel tab container? So what are these other ones? These are just UID changes. And what about this? A UID change? Okay, so we'll run the UID tool after this. But probably this isn't going to work unless... Oh, God. Okay, so BH55. We got to remember that. BH55. There it is. Yeah, so we got to not change this line for now. And that way, the only difference is... That didn't work. The only difference is that I got rid of the texture filter from there and put it up there. Yeah. Fix, whoops. No, I'm typing in this file. That's not good. Fix texture filter for panels tab container. It was linear lower in the content when the whole panel should be nearest. Okay, now the rest of this is just changing UID, so let's just run the UID tool. There we go. Then we shouldn't have to do anything. Morning, the. If you have a tick when you hear player, imagine if your name was the. And now that should have modified like a million files. Yeah. But all of them should just be UID thing. Yeah, so I'll check this in. Run UID tool. Okay, next up, we need to get all of the SVGs to at least be the size that they're trying to be used in the game. But I wonder if at the same time, we should also lower their size. So if I run this. Oh, good, it modified one more thing. This stupid thing, which should never be checked in. I don't know why it does that. All right, so just revert that. All right, yeah. So I do think this is a bit big. And those are the only place where the large icons show up? Yeah, presumably. I didn't look at these, by the way. I probably should have. I think they look fine. We don't have... Can I build the... Yeah, I can build this. Oh, that does not work. Nothing shows Wisdom Sludge here. Why, though? We have it now. Oh, that's not good at all. I wonder if it's only when you build the farm. So if I do this, we see it in the panel? No, we don't see it in the panel even now. Uh-oh. Okay, that's a bug. Nothing causes the sludge label to show up when you unlock the farm or pond. Wait, so then what should be doing that? This is, where does this even take place? Panel tab container? Yeah, it's right there. I can't click it though. Because what, it's in a header? Where is this thing? What? Oh, this is the perks panel tab. They all have their own header. Yeah, this is the header. So here it all is. So something's going wrong here. If we're not in challenge mode, hide this thing. And when you unlock the chef, show it. Okay, this should be true even in challenge mode. Wait, no. Hold on. Wait, no. So this is... Something's going wrong here. It seems like it's hidden by default. So in regular mode, everything probably works fine. But it shouldn't be hidden at all over here. And I don't see where it's being hidden. Yeah, so it's hidden over here. Now we buy this, and now it shows. Yeah. So why is that? They're all visible here. Is it hidden by default? Oh, it is hidden by default. Oh, so we could just turn this off then. Yeah. Okay, not bad. That should do it. Hey, Unknown. Yeah, we have Quickie Joe to thank for the impressive menus. And I think this is like the last thing that people were commenting on, that they didn't like this theme, that the buttons were hard to tell if they were disabled. And actually, on that note, what about this? Well, I'm not in regular mode. But if I go into regular mode and I click the Guildmaster, yeah, I think it's a little hard to read that. I think we could probably do something about the contrast there. But let's go try running this now. So now in challenge mode, we should see this, the sludge thing. Just beat the demo, loving it so far. Excited for challenge mode. If you want to join as a playtester, you totally can. I'll put the link there again. Yeah, we're getting some feedback on challenge mode, but I still think we need to enhance the fun of the game. And we're going to be working on PRs for the next, I don't know, maybe an hour or something. So we might not get to tackling the fun today. All right, so fix bug in challenge mode. The sludge label, the new sludge label was hidden and would never be shown. All right, so that part's done. Right, so the thing I was going to look at was where do these icons show up? And it's literally only here that they're large. So yeah, I think this is probably a touch too large, and we can shrink these. So let's try shrinking them to maybe, like, they used to be 64 by 64. Now they're 128 by 128. So let's just start by doing 96 by 96 and seeing what that looks like. So where do we even have this? The skill table? Buttons container? I guess I could just search for 128, comma 128. Yeah, here they are. So this is a skill button. And we set its icon to be, yeah, so let's set it to 96 by 96 and then just try running this. And I think that on its own should look hopefully a lot better. Okay, these never got updated, but that's okay. Let me think. So like I said, we would have just gained ourselves 96 pixels here. So when we do shrink these, there should be no need to scroll this, which I think would be nice. Except for maybe on this character, no. Oh, this layout is a little bit weird. We probably want it to be like 4 and then 3 or something, maybe centered. That stuff I'm not totally sure about yet. But let's go over to where we show innate skills. Innate, I don't even remember where this is. We're looking for a TSCN file here. TSCN : there it is, adventurer panel tab. Adventurers panel tab. All right, so in here there are innate skills, but the innate skills don't have any. Oh, they do. Wait, what? How do we? What? We add in a new icon, which instantiates an innate skill icon. Okay, I didn't realize it had its own scene. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so this is also set to the wrong size. Probably. Or wherever it goes in is set to the wrong size. Does this have a minimum? Yeah, this has a minimum size of 128. So we just need to set this to 96, and that should make everything. Yeah, nice. All right, so that is now, I think the size I want to keep these at, but now I don't like the layout of these. And we need to rasterize these differently. So if I'm not mistaken, every single SVG in the game is 128 by 128 because the maximum size we used to render them at was 64 by 64. And then on Mac OS or any high pixel density display, you'd use a 2x scale, which is why they were 128 by 128. But now they need to be 96 by 96 times 2. So they go up to 192 by 192. So this is the new size we need these all to be at. And it should be very simple to find this because if I search for this, it should only show up in SVG files, I believe. So here's how we're going to test this, which is going to be kind of weird. We search for a colon here. Actually, no, we search for this, I guess. And we delete all of the lines that have SVG. And we're left with nothing. Yeah. So then it is safe to change all of these lines to just be 196 by 196. I'm going to replace all of those. It's going to replace 140 instances. And now when I open up Godot, it's going to lag. Yep. All right. And now it should be fixed. So these should be very crisp. So if I go oh, wait, did it? Oh, nice. They're already crisp. I thought I had to restart. Wow, those look fantastic. Yeah. All right. So this alone, I think, is worth checking in. Make icons 96 by 96. So before this entire PR, they were 64 by 64. Then Quickie Joe made them 128 by 128. I think that's a touch too big. But also the icons were never rasterized at the right size to render at anything larger than 128 by 128. So I updated that too. Now this does mean we're using more VRAM for this, right? We used to use 128 times 128. So we're using like 16 kilobytes per icon. And now we're using 192 times 192. So now we're up to like 37 kilobytes per icon. So we pretty much doubled our VRAM use. So it's 130 times 37, so like 5 megabytes of icons. Anyway, not a huge deal, but something to keep in mind. All right, so now I think the icons look a little weird that they are not centered. So what if we centered them? This might look bad too. I don't know. I'm not great at this stuff. How do we even center this? What is this? It's an HBox container. There should be, oh, there it is, alignment. Okay. And then there should be something down here for skills, skill point container, not that. Skill table, here it is. Skill table has a button container has alignment until it's set to center, and now let's see what that looks like. This might look ugly. I can't picture it. I'm just running it because I can't picture it. So now they're centered. It does look, well, the innate skills I think look fine. But these skills I don't know about. Also, I just realized that in regular mode, you will see a skill point thing here. So now this is scrollable, but just so that you can see blank space at the bottom. Be nice if we could eventually fix that too. And this button should probably be a new style of button. Yeah, we should probably change these. These look out of place now. We should change them to the same thing that happens when you have the level up button. This style. Yeah. 8, okay, yeah, the UI does look a lot nicer. All right, let me take a picture of this. And let me say here, these buttons should look like the one on the left. Like I should say the level up button on the left. Yeah, now shrink this. Okay, so we have what happened? Oh, there we go. All right. Yeah, so what if we just put a maximum size on this thing? Or just didn't have the skill table expand to fill the parent? Single icon on the last row is unbalanced. What if you try to balance it so there's a minimum of 2? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So this is set to expand. What if we set we can't set a maximum size, I guess. We could just make it not expand. No, we have to make it expand, right? What if you did, I don't know how to do this. Hey, I guess I want this thing to be shrink center. I don't know if that even makes sense. Did that do anything? No, now it's only one icon. Oh, there's some way. I guess we could then set a minimum size. Yeah, okay, we could do that. Although I guess we're not, I don't know. I don't know how that works. So what do we want to do here? We want to do 96 times 4. What does that look like? It's better. I meant 96 times 5, I guess. So there's enough space for padding as well. Yeah, so this is how I want it to look, 4 and then 3. So is that better now when it's centered? Because we don't have to have it be centered. I could also have done this. And it'll still be 4 and then 3. But now it's laid out left aligned, which I think looks weirder. Not every class has the same number of innate skills, but all of them have the same number of unlocked skills. So they all have 7 down here. So all of those look the same. But Mushy has 5 innate skills. I think I like it better centered. Yeah, I think I like it better centered. Yeah. Okay, now there's just one tiny problem, which is that this is scrollable for no reason. And I gotta find out why. Structure looks off with the innate skill. I mean, sorry, I should have mocked this up both ways. So I meant, what if we had both of these? Where's the other one here? We made this. So this is with both of them left aligned. And I guess now that this isn't taking up the full space, it looks weirder because they're not left aligned to here. So we'd have to change this to not be, or no, we have to change, what is it? This to be, I don't know where I did this. Just set this to expand. We can't do that anymore. Set this to expand. Oh God, what did I mess up? You're gonna have a lot of empty space on the right. Yeah, I think centering it is just the right way to go. I'm just gonna leave it centered. Let's not even try to figure this stuff out, because I think that would look best. All right, so here's what it'll look like. And then we just got to figure out what's causing this blank space at the bottom. It's possibly from a VBox container. And it's possibly from something under here. The skill table. What is this thing? It's a margin container. So couldn't we just set the margin bottom to be 0 maybe? I wonder what the defaults of a margin container are. It's probably 4. It says 0. That's not possible, is it? No, that can't be possible. We add a margin container. And then we expand this a bit. And then underneath it, we add a texture rectangle. And we give this a new gradient texture. It is 0 by default? Huh. I'm surprised about that. Yeah, huh. I guess the theme could make it have a larger one. But I don't know how we'd figure out what the theme is setting it to then. We need to know what theme we're using. So we need to look at wherever we overrode that, which could be anywhere in here. Could even be on the parent of this. Well, I guess that's why we can do this. and search for a margin container. This on its own isn't going to tell us anything. I guess we need to search for skill table instead. There we go. Now the problem with this, and there's got to be a better way to do this in Godot. I want to find where this is in the main tree. So I click the X here now, and it's like, well, just deleted where that was. So there's got to be a way to like go to a node path, but you can't do that apparently. I guess we just have to navigate to this. It's a shame. I don't want to do that. Can you search the TSCN? I want to see exactly where it is in the scene tree though. So if I search for the name of the thing, so skilltable.tscn, well, I guess without the TSCN, it finds it. It's just if I click this, it goes into the local view. I want it to be in the remote view, but where that thing is in the tree. So this is where it is, and I don't know how to get there without pathing to it like this, which is just tedious. Like this will work. It's just obnoxious, right? I gotta click this now, and then this. And then that. Tab container. I can't even see this. Doesn't let you expand this unless this part's bigger too. All right, so we're in the tab container, and then we go into adventure panel tab, VBox container, HBox container, skills, scroll, panel, VBox, margin, VBox, and skill table. There, we finally found it. So now what are the margins on this thing? 0. What engine is this? This is Godot. All right, well then that doesn't help me. What's the separation on this one? 0? Really? I guess it's just saying it's not overridden. There's no easy way for me to tell what it was set to then, huh? Okay, well, you know what we could do? I guess we could just set a background for one of these things. Is there any way to do that? Probably not. Because I don't have any. I need a texture rectangle to span this thing. Maybe we could do that actually. What if I add in a control? This is just a margin container. And then I add in a texture rect here. And I give this a texture like that and have this thing span the whole parent, which I can't do. I could have this thing span the whole parent though. Does that work? Can I now see where this is? Well, maybe I could if I did that. The icons themselves have margins. I'm not sure. That's why I need to just figure this out. Okay, so here's the size of this spans. Oh, this is only a problem in regular mode though, right? Because of the skill button, which is probably even more of a problem later. So it's not this. There's still some space underneath it. Reset skills below level up. I don't think so because of where you're managing your skill points versus where you're looking at your stats and stuff. I mean, there are a couple other little things we could do here. I think we just need to expand the height of this entire thing. But then I guess you can't shrink the game window to be smaller. Then, God, it's like impossible to do that. Okay, let's try this. No, that would be able to work. So yeah, we should just increase the size of the panel. Which I kind of wanted to do anyway. I think there's a max size container that's controlling that. So let's turn this off. Because this is just me testing something. We should have basically no changes other than centering the skill buttons. Yeah. So then I want to go into wherever that max size container is. Max size container. That's in panel tab container. Sure. And there it is. And the max height is set to 750. So what if we just set it to 800? How does that look? Because now I think that scrolling would be gone. And I think you'd have more space to see all the adventurers. Yeah, so now you can see 4 rows of adventurers here, and you can see 3.5 here. You could only see 3 and maybe 1/4 before. And now you can see more of the battle map as well. Yeah, need to be normal mode. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so now there's no scroll here. And if we click this and if we click this, yeah, there's still no scroll. So I think that's better. And then if you do have a smaller window, then of course you need things to scroll, but at least there's a reason for them to scroll at that point. Oh, I think this becomes borderline unusable now to play the game at this size. In fact, it almost makes me wonder, like, what if this could span the entire height of this thing and these labels could be confined to the left half? But yeah. Interesting. That button's disabled. I'm not sure if it looks disabled. Oh, now it's getting highlighted green, even though it was already green. Okay, that's kind of an issue too, huh? It's like a toxic green. Because it used to be that this button was like gray to begin with. I think I put a special shader on there too, so that it gets turned green no matter what its base color was. This is a toxic green. All right, so got to change those buttons. Got to fix the contrast. Got to tackle the rest of these issues. So let's go mark that we've centered these things. Center skill buttons. All right. They used to be left aligned. Also, I made sure that at least that they render in groups of 4 and then 3 per row rather than 6 and 1. And then this is expand maximum height of panel. This prevents a vertical scroll bar from showing. Okay, hold on. What if we just didn't have... Like, I think I want this to be even bigger. But yeah, anyway, this prevents a vertical scroll bar from showing while in regular mode for the Adventurers tab while in regular mode. Also just gives you more space. All right, so what else do we need to do? So that should get fixed by a different PR. That I'm still going to ask about. Height of the entire panel is shorter. We just increased. That's no longer a problem. Contrast needs to be improved. Yeah, so we got to improve the contrast. Improve contrast of this tab. Copy that image and paste it here. All right, so making the plus and minus buttons larger or smaller. I mean, I guess we can do that. Although that's going to expand the tab size again. I'm not even certain that I want to do that. Purchase skill button? No, it's just skill button. And we would change this so that remove points would be bigger. What is the current size? 30 pixels. Okay, let's just set it to 40 and see what that looks like. And I guess change the plus button. Plus button size was 20. So let's set this one to 30, I guess. Just to make it look about even. We do something like that maybe. And then the main skill button, we could make this one a little bit bigger too. This doesn't have a custom font size set though. But if we wanted to increase it, probably make it look like that. And then see what that looks like. This might be too large now, but it does give you a larger hit target for just clicking this. Should make it easier to see. But yeah, we got to be in regular mode for that. Okay, it looks like it's too big. Only the text though. I think the buttons are fine, but I think we can shrink the text a bit. So let's just do this dynamically. Right now it's 26. We're going to lower it to 25, 24. 24 is not bad. Even 22 is not bad. 20 starts to look a little weird. So yeah, it'd have to be like 22 for that. This looks pretty nice. Oh, then they get bigger afterward? Why? Maybe because I need to save that? Yeah, this looks nice. But now there's a scroll bar again. So we would need to make it like 5 pixels bigger. Feels like there's too much space between the button and the text. The icon and this text. Yeah, we could probably lower that a bit. And hey, Codex. What's even doing that? This, I suppose? The separation of this? If we set this to 0 or 1, yeah, it gets closer. Why does this look fine? Oh, because these are gigantic. Should we have done this? It doesn't do anything. It's because it's a font. So I want to undo what I just did, which is maybe not. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so that's why there's so much space here. In fact, if we set this to negative, it would actually go upward. So I think even just setting this to 0 would be better than nothing. So that should have gotten rid of the scroll bar. It did. Okay. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Let's look at it in scale 1. Yeah. I think that's nice. Okay, so this is just change size and spacing of skill button. The icons and text are now bigger, but the text the two sections are also now closer to one another. I think we moved them 4 pixels in. That's always a little bit hard to know because I don't know what the default of this is. Yeah, 4. Yeah, so now 4 pixels tighter. And we can make it even closer if we wanted it to, but I think even just those 4 pixels, because there are 2 rows of them, means that we got 8 more pixels in the UI. So I think it's pretty good. All right, so commit that. All right, so that's done. Now let's fix this toxic green. So that's in battle panel unlock button. Augment portal button. Somewhere here I set highlight shader enabled. This is on canvas item extension. Set shader parameter enabled. Is this the only place where we ever do this? It is. Man. All right, well, let's just turn that off then. How does it look if we don't have a shader on it? Hopefully it's not enabled by default. And this will only matter in regular mode. So we got to go back to the title screen over to here. It's on by default. So I got to turn this off by default. Okay, my bad. All right, so let's just say set enabled false, not can upgrade. I didn't realize. I thought it would default to being off. I guess it makes sense that it defaults to being on because it's a shader that modifies the highlight of it. Well, now it won't be toxic green. It's going to be whatever the disabled color is, which is this, which I think is fine. And then when you finally do beat this area, it turns green. Yeah, it's pretty reasonable. Okay, so we just delete the shader on there. So set highlight shader enabled. This wouldn't even be needed. We don't even need the shader itself. Nothing uses it anymore if I delete it from here. It was only on that one button, I think. Where even is that? Battle panel tab. There it is. So this had a shader called what? Highlight button. Highlight button. Yep, it was just there. So should we just delete the whole thing? I mean, how important of a shader was this? It's pretty simple. We want it as a focus state in that button when you click it while disabled. How do you feel about that? I think having it change colors when it's disabled is very weird. We could still have a focus state. It just could be one that is a little bit more subtle. So right now, if you click it, it turns blue. That is strange when it's disabled. So it should be like a slightly different brown color. I could write that down as its own task. That I'm not going to probably do anything about myself right now. The disabled Or no. The focused while disabled state makes the button blue. Which is weird. Yeah, they can have a specific style. Yep. And it should be pretty easy to fix. EJ, thanks for the resub. Welcome back. Whenever you see a message in your Discord, EJ, are you always like, oh, these idiots. Why can't they just let this Discord die? Yes. Good answer. All right, so yeah, I think the question is, should we delete this entire shader if it's not used for anything? And I think the answer is yes, we should delete it. It's not like it was that hard to write. If we wanted, you know what we could do? We could change. We could change it so that it gets brighter. Let me think about this. What if we did this? Yeah. This is just a test. And then we could set this thing to be enabled or disabled, just like how it used to be. Can upgrade. Let's go into main challenge mode. I don't even know what that happens. Oh, it's in title screen. Gameplay mode. Where do we set this? Where do we select this? Here it is. Skip title screen. Not anymore. All right, so now it'll put us just directly into regular mode. Except for it didn't skip the tutorial for some reason. That's weird. Why didn't it? Huh. Title screen, skip. Maybe I did something there. Skip tutorial. If we're in debug and the gameplay mode is regular, it should be. We're in debug. Yeah, what? What's going on then? Why would that not work? It must not be regular gameplay. It says none. Oh, well. That's obvious. And I should have realized that. All right, so yeah, the problem is we start this thing as none, and we should start it as regular now. All right, so now it'll skip the tutorial, and now we'll save ourselves like 2 seconds every time we go to test this, but it just cost me about a minute. So we need to test at least 30 times, so we save time in the long run. I don't even remember what I was doing. Oh yeah, the toxic green button. Yeah, so this is fine now. This looks okay. And then once we do this, all right, so you can kind of see it flashing between like a darkened color and a lighter color. I like that idea. I just don't like it getting darker. So we should say something like float C equals 1.0 plus T divided by 5. And then just say C, 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 which is yes, yes, yes in Spanish, which is what we're going to react when we finally see this thing working. And then instead of setting this to can upgrade, we'll just set it to true or just turn this off entirely. That should work. I just want this button to stand out. And I think it will now. Wait, that didn't work. Oh, it did work. It's just locked by default. All right, well now how does it look? Is it clear that it's doing that? Can you even see that? I guess you can. It's kind of subtle. I think subtle is okay. It's still attracting attention a little bit more than it would otherwise. When you hover over it, it's still going to do that same thing, which is too much. Yeah, I think that's nice. I think it's too subtle, yeah. I think that's the problem. What we could do is just divide by a lower number. So instead of t divided by 5, we could divide by 3, let's say. So now the number will be larger, which will make it even more obvious. Yeah. But now when you hover over it, it's going to be like bright red. I like that. I think I'm going to keep that. Yeah. Hey, left just. All right, so highlight button now does not apply green. And none of this stuff mattered? Yeah. Change highlight button. Now that the button we're highlighting is already green by default, we had to change the highlight color so that it didn't turn into a toxic green. It now highlights white, more subtle this way. Yeah, there. Hey, Goose. Oh, all right. We're making progress. So that's done. Now, the last main thing we need to do is this, which is to fix the contrast, and then we could even publish a new demo. The contrast is bad on this page. And I think the solution is just to make this lighter. So let's go try that out. Game, assets. I don't remember what this is called. It's probably panel something though. Panel. One of these. No, not that one. This one? No. Where is it? Where are the pictures? There's one of them. All right, whatever. Let's just search for PNG. I'll find it through here, I guess. This is terrible. This is really terrible. All right, here we go. Now, where's the one I want? There it is. Paperback sub, I believe. Is that what's being used here? I guess we can just search for it in the perks thing. Perks panel tab. Yeah. All right, so what is that? Skill tree theme. Probably comes from there. And then we go look at edit. It's not what I want at all. Just an H separator in here. Where's the panel? It's empty? What? All right, I'm confused by that. Let's close out of all these things. Let's open that up again. Perks panel tab. Oh, I had skill table selected. I didn't mean to. All right, so what now? Is it obvious? Still no. Huh. Okay, well, if we know the name of this thing, paperback. And then what was it called? Sub? Yeah. So what uses that? Paperback sub theme. Or paper stack sub theme. It's only used here. Oh, I see. It's set on. No, wait, it's not even set. Oh, no, we use this ID. It's set on the tab container itself. So over here. Yeah. There's our theme. And that's what controls the background of this. Yep. Okay, cool. So let's take this, open this with GIMP, and make this much lighter, I guess. Color, what do we do here? I don't know, let's just pick this one. See what happens when I make the lightness go up. All right, so I know this is gonna look super ugly, but I just want to try this and just see, is this like the right direction? Can I open that now? No. Or maybe I could have, I don't know. Let's go to town, skip tutorial. Why is skip tutorial not showing up? This isn't debug functions. All right, well, just create garbage slime should be enough. Create recycler. That'll give us our perks tab. And this will let us see if a lighter color is what we want. I suspect that it is. Yeah, it's legible now. All right, so how do we make this not look terrible? I think we would not leave this to me. Like now all the text is readable, there's contrast. I wonder if we just made it the same color as the background. But then wouldn't we just use... I mean, we pretty much use the same colors, right? Open this in GIMP. I don't know an easy way to do this. Yeah, like I want to make these colors into these colors. There's probably a way. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess what we could do is try changing. No, this would look terrible. All right, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. All right, what if we just lighten it a little bit? You try using the curves tool to change the red channel just a bit, maybe? I don't even know what that tool is. Curves tool. I should probably have Googled this. I didn't expect it to take this long to find. It's in the same menu as brightness and hue. Oh, this. Oh, interesting. I don't exactly know what I'm doing here. I guess change the red channel and lower it. Whoa. Yeah, the problem is I don't know how to go from this color to the other color that I want. So this isn't probably going to help me too much. We could like maybe figure it out. But even then it's going to look like it was hue shifted. I guess for now, let's just do this. Let's lighten it a little bit to the point where it's like almost the same colors as the other one. I don't know. And I'll probably just ask Quickie Joe to make a slightly different one here that has more contrast. So that doesn't get modified immediately in the game. Oh, wait, maybe it does? No, it doesn't. No, I'm not running it through this. Maybe it would work if I had done that. All right, so how's that look? Yeah, pretty much anything that's lighter. I think that's all we really need to do. And I assume Quickie Joe knows how to use these tools better than I do. Because if not, we're in trouble. Yeah, if we can do that, then I think we can publish a new version of the demo that uses this UI. So that every YouTube video that has the game being played will now have the new UI. Okay. So let's set this back to what it was for now. But yeah, paperback sub probably just needs to be lighter. I'll probably message now about that. And then everything else we're not actually doing anything with, right? Excuse me. No, we're not. This especially can be removed for now. Okay, let me go message about this really fast. Not that it's incredibly important or anything. Whoop, darn it. Excellent, press enter. When you get the chance, could you please I'll just copy this. Change this to be a bit lighter so that there's more contrast on this page. Yeah, I don't think you can edit a Discord message to include a picture, can you? I don't know if you can. And I want this to now be set back to what it used to be. So like that. Nice, yeah. No, you can't. Fine. Let me just delete my message. It's hard to read right now, but it looks... Okay, done. Oh my god, I have no idea if I tagged. This is so stupid. Let me try this one more time. Give me a sec. Sorry, stupid streamer mode. There. Now I can start streaming again. Hooray. All right, sorry about that. I like the tab and title sprite. Yeah, all of this looks really, really good. I like it. We just need to increase the contrast of this, and then I think this will be something we can push in the demo. Then we should probably update the screenshots on the Steam page, right? Because these are going to look out of date now. Yeah. It's such a stark difference. This is what we used to have, and now here's what we have in the game. I don't know if I can put them side by side and still make them look convincing enough. So just the border looking like these stacks of parchment with the skulls on them, the nice little ink border around it. It looks a lot better. And it especially looks better for something like this. Yeah. All right. Well, let's go look through the other PRs. Yeah. So I think we can check this in now. So revert all of this stuff. Sync these changes. All right, so now files change would be probably higher than 46 here. 182. Yes, that is a lot higher. Wait a second, what? Oh, I see. It's because a line changed in this that modified the size, and then GitHub knows that it's an SVG. So it says that you change the size of it. It's kind of funny for SVGs in particular. Okay, so I made a bunch of changes. The most important change that I couldn't make yet is to improve the contrast of the perks panel. Other than that, this is looking great, and I can't wait to get this out to players. Whoops. That was, whoops. Meant to type that. All right, merge. Okay, now the next change is another PR. This is something that Kevin did. And what this is going to do is, I don't have the PR yet, so I'm going to show you what it does look like right now. Right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different tabs here. And this PR should consolidate them into like, I don't know, 4 or something. Yeah, so this one, group perk purchasing tabs. Yeah, so we'll only have 4 there and then 4 sub ones down here. For reference is how it looks without this change. Also thinking whether it makes sense to change perks, all perks to be its own main tab. Well, eventually that's probably going to have battle perks too. Oh, now there's a conflict. All right, well, 1138, GHPR, checkout 1138. All right, let's go try that. Now there is a conflict here, so we're not going to get some of the changes until I merge this in. Yeah, so now we have this. Okay, let's go merge in main. What is the conflict? Resolve. Oh, yuck. It's probably UID stuff. Yeah, I don't want to do this. All right, so get poll origin main, no rebase. Let's try to fix this. Oh, this is always so difficult. So these textures moved because their UIDs changed? No, what? We didn't even use the stone stuff. Oh, this was based on before the, okay, I see. Oh, this might be difficult then. Or maybe we don't have to do anything. Because these should just be gone, right? In fact, we should be able to see the same IDs. We can't. Hey, Arrow. Merge issues are a nightmare. Well, merge issues for this specifically. Merge issues for code aren't usually too bad, but this is a scene file in Godot. So like this is a texture. It's just an image that was applied to a button and it was called Stone 2 Focus and Stone 2. Like these buttons don't exist anymore, but it's hard to know, was the texture used somewhere that now we don't even have that button? Can I just like safely delete these? You may be able to merge in main into this branch and open the editor and it'll take care of it. Can it do that? It'll have conflicts. It'll literally have this text in there and it'll just fail to load, won't it? Or are you saying like accept both and then load it up and it'll know what's, okay, maybe that's what you meant. Panels, tab, container. Yeah, that's going to happen obviously. But then I could potentially say accept both and then hit the plus button here. Still has conflicts. What? Oh, this too. Ugh. It's just a number of load steps and it's got to match. So it's got to be the combination of both of those now. I'm just going to say accept incoming because it's higher and hope that Godot knows what to do about this. Does it? Yeah, that worked. Okay, so now what happens if I run this? Perks panel tab, by perks panel tab. Yeah. Oh, this needs to be different now. It's got to look like this one, which means we'll lose the contrast and we'll have not very much space here. I mean, this probably works all right for now because none of these are that long. I don't have the money for this. Oh, we got to change that too. Oh, God. Basically, the stone panel thing probably shouldn't exist anymore. Okay, so this is reasonable. There's enough space to see these things. I think that's okay. This is reasonable. There's enough space. This, it's fine for now, but eventually I want these to show as deltas, I think. And I don't know how we're going to do that. Because you probably want to know all of their stats. And there are too many stats to show and still fit it in here. And then for the town, I'm assuming that some of these are going to be broken. Like the warehouse storage. Yeah. This looks bad now. Because there are just too many levels here for this to all look good. The tab container needs to get the other theme. Yeah. I mean, that's easy enough to do. But my problem is still like once it's only in here, it's going to be, there's still going to be less space in general for it to show. But yeah, let's go get that same theme. So that is panel tab container. This one has a theme of paper stack theme. There should be something that has paper stack sub theme. Yeah, so that's a tab container inside of that. So that's got to be now for buy perks panel. And this tab container gets the right theme. sub theme, and that'll change the look of this. So now it's bigger, but it's also unreadable. Which means I'm necessarily going to have to do something before Quickie Joe might be available to do this. As in, I'm going to have to lighten this myself. Yeah. Otherwise, you just won't be able to read anything. But then I can't push a new demo. That's fine. Wonder we can move the currency labels outside, above or below the main tab container. I think we should. This is taking up quite a lot of space in a dialogue where we just don't have that much space to begin with. Yeah, out of curiosity, what if I just did this for one of them? So anywhere that has that top panel, what do we call it? Top panel, top bar, panel top bar. Perks panel tab has it, adventure panel tab has it. Okay, let's just try any one of those. So adventure panel tab. The panel top bar, what if we move this out? What if we just hide it for now? Yeah, it's a lot more space. But we do need this to show somewhere. Or I wonder if we only show it for certain ones. Like when it comes to buying perks, you do need to know how much money you have. But I guess we could just put it in here, right? Wait, did the order of these change? The order of these... No, they didn't. They were always that way. Yeah, so this says buy perk 10 sludge. We could put the little ribbon here for that. And I guess in battle map, you need to know how much money you have. Yeah, I just don't know where these should go. And they're ribbons with shadows, so like we can't just hover them over a random part of the UI probably. The main panel can own that bar if we take it out too. So we wouldn't need each tab to have its own copy. Yeah, I just don't know where it would go on the screen. Like above the tabs, I think that would look a little bit weird. Below everything might also look a little bit weird. It's already over here for now, but that's in the background. And that's assuming you even have the space. If you don't have the space, it's going to be hidden. So you probably do want to see this here. And yeah, I just don't know where it goes. Maybe we could just shrink that section at least. This is not a lot of space. The VBox container technically adds an extra 4 pixels to this. But why doesn't it end up looking that way? Like it looks like there's a lot of space between these two things. Why is that? Why is that? I guess if I set the separation to 0, here's what it would look like. But actually I could set it to like -15. Now there's no padding. It's a little bit too tight, but where's that like 20 pixels coming from? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, maybe it's coming from the theme of one of these things? No, even that doesn't seem to be the case. Tab container. I need to find paper theme. There it is. Panel container. No, I don't see anything here. I'm not sure. All right, yeah. I'm not sure what we can do about that. And for now, I should probably just undo what I've done. And what was I trying to do here? Oh yeah, that's right. I was trying to do this. So I got the new theme, but now I need it to look different. And hopefully it deleted a bunch of stuff from here. It did. Okay, that was a good idea from Kevin. And the load steps got set to 17, yeah. Tab container. So we set the theme. This is needed. This is just merge in main. Address merge artifact. I had, just to get through the merge, I shouldn't have done that, by the way. I combined both the base and incoming changes for this file, but I should have let Godot trim the extra. And now I did. And now this theme has a different UID. Isn't that wonderful? And there is this change as well. So like apply correct theme to challenge mode tabs. We had the paper theme twice rather than the paper sub theme. This also fixes some UIDs. Welcome back, Flare. All right, I got to do something about this. Need to modify paper back sub .png myself somehow so that I can still push challenge mode changes without the contrast being borked. I'd rather have it look a little unprofessional than be unreadable, and then we can modify the background eventually. So yeah, I think we can check this in for now. Let's go take a look. I just need to write a comment for this. Also need to sync this back to here. Challenge mode, we showed that one. Maybe purchased could be a sub tab next to the buy X ones. Yeah, it's weird having just perks all right now, but the plan was to eventually show battle perks there too. So we would probably have perks town and perks battle. I.e., let's hold off on changing that for now till we're further along. The rest of this looks good though. I just had to merge and change something, right? And apply the correct theme. Okay, so that's done. Now I believe we have, what, a couple more PRs? I'm not even sure if I've seen these though. This, and this. So let's close every other tab we have open to the right there. Fix error about signal already being connected. The issue is that we were reparenting the instance slot, which would trigger child enter tree, but not child exiting tree. After that, we try to set up minimum size changed in the child, but since we didn't connect it, it would say it's already connected. Adding a check to see whether it's changed. Okay. Additionally, it seems like at some point the editor had added a bunch of properties of the script directly in the scene file. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, very interesting. This probably had to do with some kind of inheritance here. Well, I'm not sure how. If it, yeah, it says instance. Yeah, so that's what happens. This, when we modified the parent, must have put all these things back in. Yeah, Kevin works on the game. Oh, the rest of this looks good. Okay, so this is 1139 and it modifies this. Yeah. So I should be able to see this happen myself if I were to just run this. And it's when we reparent this thing. When do we do that? Instance slot. So we need to start a battle. I guess the repro was in here, so I can just look at this. Oh, I said I don't know the repro. Okay. Well, I guess it's when you undock a window. So I click create instance and undock. Did it happen? Yep. Yep. Okay, so that was all I had to do. So now we got to go test this with the change. So 1139. And let me load this. And then we rerun this. and then just create instance, undock. Yeah. And I guess let's write that in here. Start an instance and undock it. This exception is thrown. It's not actually an exception. This error is printed. Okay, let's go try it. So what is all of that red text? Cannot open a bunch of different files. Let's start this again. Cool, no red text. And now I create an instance and undock it, and there should be no problems. Yeah, and we can still do everything correctly here, I'm guessing. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I made no changes, although this thinks I made a change somewhere. No, wait, what? Where does it even think I made a change? I don't even see a diff here. Oh, it thinks the whole file is new. Oh, whoops. Okay. Thanks for fixing this. I assume, whoops, wrong place. I assume the changes to walking to portal happened because there's a max size container due to how Godot's scene inheritance works when you make changes to the base scene. Ran another interview today. Candidate spent most of the interview complaining about his current job. Now they treat them poorly. It was entertaining up to a point. I think that's a giant red flag for an interview. Yeah. I think there's some amount of sort of being able to professionally complain. Like, we didn't have resources to do X, so I worked around it with solution Y. But yeah, if it sounds like they're just complaining a lot, I don't think that's a good thing to do during an interview. Improve tooltip when closing battle window. What is this? Modify close battle tooltip. There's just a string change. Close battle button in the battle window to say it'll end the battle. Yeah, there's okay. I think the tooltip will help for this, but I think I've watched people still do this, and I kind of wonder if instead of just a tooltip change, because this says close the battle window, it can eventually say like this will end the battle. But I think if we close this and if it just said like stopped ongoing battle, I think people would be like, oh, I'm the one doing this. They do eventually realize it, but so many people play the game and they are like, I don't want to see the battle. So they click this thinking, oh, my adventurers are going to keep battling, right? But it actually takes them out of the battle. So I think the tooltip is a good start. Current battle will end and adventurers will return to town, yeah. Point blank saying not to talk poorly about past employers, yeah. Hey, Resco. I don't know they mind that much, but the people making the hiring decision will definitely not like it. Yeah. The other thing that I think is bad about this, whether or not you mind it, is they're cutting into their own interview time. Like, you could give positive signals about yourself as a candidate in the time you're otherwise complaining about an employer. Plus, I think it's kind of generally understood that if you're looking for a job and you already have one, that you must not like your current job that much for some reason. And it might be something that's sort of out of anyone's fault. Like, maybe you're not getting paid enough because the company isn't making enough, but you love the job, you love the people, you love the hours, the culture. So yeah, that you could just be like, look, I'm not getting paid enough, but otherwise I love this job. And if they just paid me more, I would definitely stay. I think that's probably okay to say it. What am I doing? Yeah, this. So yeah, here's the new text that we have. Close this battle window. The current battle will end and adventurers will return to town. So you click this and that happens. Again, for the people who are hitting this, they're not reading tooltips. And it's almost kind of funny about how people don't read tooltips. And here's a really common example. This, when you hover over skill points, it says you get 1 skill point on every even numbered level. So most people, they level up for the first time. And obviously that puts you to an even number level. So we do something like this. And you get a skill point. You see +1 skill point. You're like, oh, cool. I unlocked this thing. I'm going to go put a skill point in. Then they level up again and just immediately go down to here. And they're like, oh, and they read the skills. And they're like, I want to put a point into here. And then they're like, oh, that didn't work. And they see that they have 0 skill points. And they're like, oh, you must not get a skill point every level. But if you hovered over this, it would show you. And very few people do that. And it's like, this is, again, one of those cases where enough other games probably have like garbage tooltips to the point where you just stop reading a lot of this stuff and think you'll figure it out for yourself. And they do. So there's not really a problem there. But yeah, just makes me wonder about this stuff. All right, what's going on here? Why did it mark that it's deleting this stuff for me if that was part of the PR? Oh, no, that's not part of this PR. It's probably because of some file I had open. Yeah, that. Hey, Cube Miser. Most games with levels where you always get the point. Yeah. Yeah, I think it depends on... I still think it depends on the game. Like World of Warcraft gave you 1 only after level 10. Although I guess it was 1 per level then. But then they changed it over the years so that it was like 1 every 5 or 10 levels, I think. Then I think they changed it back. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I can't think of any off the top of my head. I think that is the most common thing, though, is to give them 1 every level. Why not always give a point but make skills cost 2x? Because then the skills aren't as impactful. Like, let's say you have a crit chance and you're getting +10%, +20%, so on and so forth. So now we're like, okay, well, we'll split it, right? We'll give you 5%, 10%, and then so on. It's like, well, the 5% isn't really a big difference. That's all. So by having fewer points, it makes it feel more impactful. You have a custom scene for your tooltips? Yeah. Systems look similar to prior games and the player feels they already know what to expect. Yeah, well, and even if it weren't a video game thing, I think this is very much a software thing. Like, people stopped reading error messages, even when the error message tells you exactly what went wrong and how to fix it. They stopped reading even that. And I've seen enough people play games in general and be confused. And again, this is like not even indie games. You look at someone play like a AAA game. I've watched people play Breath of the Wild and be confused about something that was literally just explained to them. Or anyway, yeah, that's it. I don't need to keep coming up with examples, I guess. But there are a lot of things where people are just like, I don't know what to do, and there's text on the screen telling them what to do, and they just refuse to read that text. And I know that on the whole, it means that it's still a game design problem. Like, there should be something that is not text that somehow explains to you what you need to do. And it could be a character vocalizing, hey, here's what you're doing wrong. That would probably get a lot of people back on track. Or it could be the game, like, I don't know, changing modes or something. It's usually not worth the effort to do that stuff when most players do understand. You could make them cost 2 points and not split the difference. Yeah, but that's like kind of a UI nightmare, right? Because it means you can put half a point into something that does literally nothing. So you could technically have like half a point in this and half a point in this. And that's essentially an erroneous state, but you allow them to get into that state. So I think the best thing is, like I said, players eventually just learn. They get to level 3 and they're like, oh, I didn't get a skill point. And then they realize, oh, it's every other skill or every other level. So like, it is fine how things are working now. There's that minor bit of confusion, but no one's been like, I'm not playing this game anymore. So I think it's all working okay for now. Anyway, yeah, this looks good. Looks good to me. I think that some people still won't read the tooltip and be confused. So maybe at some point in the future, we should have some floating text saying ended the battle. in red or something. Yeah. I wonder if you showed a progress bar of 2 ticks with a skill point. Every level fills halfway. Might visually cue people. Yeah. Something like that would probably help too. Or we could even show skill points 0.5 and say like you get half a skill point every level and you can only spend it when you have one full one. Just make the button upgrade the level, or the level upgrade cost is 2. It's only clickable if you have enough. Yeah. So there are a lot of those little things that we could do. Looks like the cursor's covering the first word. Yeah, just so you know though, that's a problem with literally every like thing on my entire operating system, because I have it set to the operating system being bigger. So you can see here it's covering this. So this is something that we could potentially do something about. Like, I don't know if you can see this, but I can't even tell that this says search without like trying to move the cursor in a weird way. The only program I've ever seen that does something about this is Chrome, for whatever reason. If you hover over something in Chrome, you can actually, oh no, there they don't do it. But if you hover over like this, for example, yeah, so see, they spawn the tooltip below your larger than normal sized cursor. But like I said, that's an operating system thing that I have. I have the cursor set to like triple the size. So in pretty much every program you ever try using, it's gonna block this. These are just huge tooltips. But yeah, in general, it's gonna be a problem. What do you made the skill points be gained on odd numbered levels instead of even? That way the player will not get them the first time they level up. Yeah, but then I want them to get it on the very first level so that they're more excited about leveling up. I still think the best way to do this, if we were to do something, and I'm not even convinced we have to, is something like you get half a skill point and you can only spend whole skill points. And that way you're like, oh, I get half a skill point every level and I started with half. It's like a weird way of representing things, but it would make it much clearer to them. But I'm probably not going to do anything about that. All right, the final thing that we have here is this: show item graphics and quest dialogues. This looks good. We use what we already had to show a list of items, show the same information. This includes ground items. If we don't want to show locations there, we need to change that. I think we probably should change that. Here in item data, get tooltip description. Yeah. Let's make sure that the tooltip text will update if we beat one of the locations. Yeah. So I think we should just turn this off then for some of these. 1141. I think we should. Okay, so we look at a quest. We can now see this. This is good. I like this. But then anytime we hover over an item, even on the ground, it's going to show us now where you find this. I guess we could leave that there. I don't think I like it. It's also going to show when it's in your warehouse. So I put this here. Yeah, I think it's extraneous information for this. So I do think we should cut this out. Plus the origin of the item doesn't really matter in this case. All right, so I do think we should change this PR to not show item sources outside of a quest context. It just doesn't really matter unless you're doing a quest. Note to self, the rest of the feature looks good, but I haven't reviewed the code yet. So I probably should take a look. Then I can officially request changes, I guess. That looks fine. This is item list row. Sounds good. Yeah, so this stuff is added to the text. And it's from get tooltip description and all item data. And this is called from 3 different places. So we would need to know when to include this and when not to include this. Item list row. What's the other one? Item hover handler. Oh yeah, we could just pass in a Boolean or not. Okay, so it should be pretty simple, I think. So yeah, I'm gonna put a little plus here and say at first glance, I think we should change this to include a Boolean for whether the, what is it? The found in section appears or not. And then only show that section in the context of quests, i.e. the quest progress board. Okay, so start a review and request changes. That's weird. Yeah, that's weird. Why would that show up here? What? All right, what if I click leave? What happens? Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's bizarre. Did it keep my comment? Yeah, it did. It's bizarre. Seems like a bug. Okay, so PRs have been merged. Everything is looking pretty good. Kevin did a really good job. We need to modify this so that it's at least visible. So let's go find that. Paper sub. Where is it? It's not called paper sub. What's it called? Paperback sub. And I don't even have it because I'm not on main. There. All right, so open this again and just lighten this somehow. Okay, I'm not going to do this in a great way or anything. Yeah, that's probably good enough. I don't want a hue to be on here, actually. How do I set this to 0? There. Just debating on what looks decent enough for now. I think that's probably fine. Just do that. It's never going to look great because I'm just hue shifting things. But the point is just to make this legible. And now it should be legible. I broke something. How did I break something? Cannot open file. I pulled everything in, right? Yeah. I'm going to run this again. I don't know what, yeah, it's working now. Okay. So now we can read this. Yeah, now we can read this. It looks like trash. I just, it's like a gray, bad color here, but it's good enough for now so you can at least read things. In fact, I wonder if we should make it even lighter than that. I guess we can just try it. Probably should just undo back to what we had and then just change this. Change the lightness to be like a max. And now overwrite that. Click this, click this. Yeah. Like I said, it's legible. That's all I care about for right now. Did that cause an error? Oh, I know what that was. That lag was because we're in debug mode and we skipped the loading screen. These icons could be bigger, maybe. I don't know how much we want to do that, though, because you might have a lot in here. Although, wait, does that show in regular mode? It does, right? Yeah. Yeah, we can make these larger. I don't see why these can't be 96 by 96. I don't know if they should be. I'll just write this down somewhere else. Consider making the perk icons 96 by 96. Okay. So, run with that. Push a new demo build, new UI, portraits, loot flies from the portal to warehouse. Most important part of pushing is showing some more Steam activity. And then if we do this, we need to update the Steam/itch pictures, screenshots. Do we have any videos with them? Not that I'm not going to modify the trailer, but are any of the other, like this video doesn't have any UI, this doesn't have any UI, this does, but that UI isn't changed, and this doesn't other than the tooltips. So yeah, I don't think we need to modify the videos. Also, I mentioned this the other day, but Valve now allows you to put actual video files here, not just GIFs. However, itch does not. So we still need to export GIFs. Wait a second. These aren't the same, are they? Hold on a second. Are they the same? Did I update these? I did not. Interesting. Huh. Well, well, well. Yeah. They're all different. Well, we're gonna have to do that at some point too. Do I have that written down? Update GIFs. I'm using the dithered ones. Yeah. This is still true as of this date. Cool. Okay, so we'll check this in on main. Yeah. Temporarily improve contrast of image. I've asked Quickie Joe to do a proper version of this, but for now we need to lighten the background of some panels so that the text is legible. I'm doing this myself for now. All right, so I do want to do this, but I want to hold off until this looks professional enough. So that should go here. And then, did we change anything else for the demo? This is going to be really hard to figure out because these PRs are massive that I've been working on. And it says improve challenge mode, but like some of this stuff did improve more than just challenge mode. Like this, for example, fix bug with tooltip sizing. Now, granted, I don't think players care about that particular bug, but some of this stuff they might. Yeah, and I need to look through all of them. And I don't even know when the last challenge, or sorry, when the last demo was uploaded. Although that we could figure out by looking at Steam, right? I probably would have, yeah, it probably was July 1st. Because I probably would have made patch notes for it. So July 1st. That's there. So it would have been, yeah, I guess it wouldn't have really changed a whole lot. Because even some of these changes that I made, like I changed the town theme, town track, music 4. What do I call this? There it is, town theme 4. I added a new music track, but this doesn't play in demo mode. I made sure it doesn't so that there's more reason to eventually get the full game. Yeah. So in the demo, we just don't play the fourth music track. And I mentioned this the other day, but I think I've finished composing the fifth track. I just need to instrument it now and like produce it. It's not actually a minor amount of work. That sounded pretty good. All right. Well, I guess we're done with that then. So get the money label with the new UI to not look bad when it's red. Oh yeah, I never did that. I think we should probably just change that to not even be the thing that happens. Where does that happen right now? Update label, percent from max, modulate as white. Currency warning threshold, just delete this. Yeah. Been working on Steam leaderboards all weekend. The amount of small UI stuff I need to update after some realizations. Annoying. UI so boring. If you have the skill to do it yourself, though, then I think it's probably much less annoying. Like one of the things that's frustrating for me is I can tell when something is not the best, but I don't know how to make it better sometimes. And if I do know how to make it better, then I don't necessarily know how to make the assets needed for that. All right, so what was I going to do? Oh, yeah, set this thing to max. Except for not in that mode, I guess in regular mode. And yeah, now it doesn't turn red, but you still see this maximum money reached. So I don't think there's a problem for this at all. I also don't think there even really should be a maximum. So once you're beyond the first location, just like you get to the absolute maximum amount of money. Whoops, that's not the first location. I meant the first boss. Yeah, so I gotta wait for them to make it to the portal. Then we win this battle. And now you're allowed to get up to 1,000. I think we just immediately allow it to be like 1 million. Why even bother? Max money. Max gold? Max something. What do we call it? It's not called max? Are you kidding me? It's called money limits. Okay, so let's just set this to a few more 9s. Even the tooltip is probably not necessary. Yeah. Updating how I score the game. I made so many changes. It's really changed how someone will play it, going for max scores. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder how much leaderboards convince people to try optimizing something. I think for me, it all depends on where I am on the leaderboard and how high I think I can get on the leaderboard. Well, I guess it gives you a sense of progress if it's just tracking, like you were player number 50,000 and now you're player number 25,000. So you've gotten a lot better since you started. I think that can help. All right, so what does this say? Defeat the next elite enemy to increase the maximum. That's not even a thing. Yeah, this all needs to change too. Yeah, I don't think these tooltips are helpful. Get increase max currency instruction. This is for money label and sludge label. Nice scope creep. Well, that might be a nice feature. You might be happy you did all this stuff. All right, so I think what I want to show here is something descriptive about gold and sludge and not defeat the next elite to increase the maximum. I think I want to say something like, yeah, maybe money, or this is your gold amount. This is what you spent. I don't think this needs a tooltip. Yeah. Maybe it just says how much money you have. Right? Is there a problem with that? Yeah, I don't think there's a problem with that. All right, so yeah, where does this show? Money label, get tooltip text, note about how to increase. Money messages, max money. Yeah, I don't think I want this. Tooltip text is just gonna say how much gold you have. And I'll put G in parentheses here. Actually, what we should put is the money symbol. And then get tooltip text should change to that. Okay. Why is that a problem? Best overload does not have a parameter. Money messages dot get tooltip text. It looks, oh, it's money. Yeah, money symbol. Yeah, that looks fine to me. Okay, it's probably good. So max currency changed. Set text and update tooltip. The tooltip isn't based on this anymore. And the label isn't based on this anymore. So actually, when the max currency changes, we don't need to do anything anymore. Yeah, okay. And I guess the same thing for the sludge label. Max sludge change, max currency changed. This is protected. This isn't needed either. This entire function doesn't need to exist because nothing's going to be calling it. Right? Nothing calls this now. Loaded from save. Yeah, I don't think we need to do that. Except this used to do something else too. It used to set the text immediately, which I guess when you hover over it, it would set the text, and it used to update the label. Updating the label still needs to happen. Yeah, but that other function doesn't need to exist. Max currency changed. So then this doesn't need to exist. So then we don't even need to know when you loaded from a save file. Wow. All right, so this I'm saying is not a problem. It shouldn't be. I think it worked. I'll just reload this. It's all one big learning experience. Yeah, I think that's a good way to look at sort of any of these projects that you start and maybe you haven't done a bunch of them before. I feel like, so that was my biggest takeaway from Botland. Like, I learned a ton. And I was happy to have at least learned, even if it wasn't a commercial success. But like, let's say I made Botland 2, I made Botland 3, and I made Botland 4. And in all of these, I'm like, well, they're all kind of commercial failures. At some point, I'd probably stop caring about learning so much. But I definitely think for the first few games, or first few of anything you do, learning is, it's so valuable. Hopefully you have financial success as well alongside the learning. But if you don't, at least you got the learning from it. Like if Skele does poorly, I'm sure I'll have learned a lot. But I don't want it to do poorly. Okay, so now what do we have here? We need different tooltip text. So how much wisdom sludge you have. This tooltip needs to change based on whether or not you're in challenge mode. So this would be like the regular mode tooltip text. Spend this in the adventurers tab to level up your adventurers. And then in challenge mode, this needs to be different. How much wisdom sludge you have. Spend this on battle perks to improve your adventurers. And then we just need to say the right tooltip string. So this will be title screen dot gameplay mode dot is challenge mode. We have the town. Why would I not just use the town? All right, and then just have this thing fill it in for me. Kind of figured it out. All right, there we go. Okay, so we should have changed pretty much everything all at once there. So anywhere else that we use this, that we now don't need to use this? Nope. Yeah, nope. So it's pretty much just, there are two limits. There's when you haven't beaten the first boss yet in regular mode, and there's every other case. Whether you're in challenge mode, whether you've beaten the first boss. So if I max this out, yeah, just, there's no tooltip now, which means I broke something. Oh, I see. That function I deleted was necessary for updating the tooltip, and now it's not getting updated. And technically we need to do this every time we initialize a game. So I guess we're doing this here. Yeah, that should work. Okay, that's fine. I'm glad we tested this. Yeah, so how much gold you have, and this says how much wisdom sludge you have. Spend this on battle perks to improve your adventurers. Okay, and if we go back into regular mode, how much gold you have. If we hit the maximum, it says max money reached. If we buy the farm, this says how much wisdom sludge you have. Spend this in the adventurers tab to level up your adventurers. Yeah, easy. Nice, nice, nice. What? This is never used now, right? Oh, this never happens. So this isn't needed here. It's always going to print out the same thing. Show max money warning. And this only happens when you're not at... Wait, what? I thought we didn't show this if you were at the maximum amount. But I don't see the code for that. Oh, it's the throttler? Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, yeah, sure. That's fine. All right, so this doesn't need to exist. But wait, we needed the name of it because I still didn't do something. There. All right, so currency label, messages, and then whatever the message is, defeat next elite. And we need to do that in whatever the other spot was. The chef slime. This is impossible. Yeah, this is impossible. You can't be at the maximum amount of sludge. Yeah, I'm not even going to have this here. Max sludge warning throttler thing. This is greater than it, then set this. So we, yeah, fine. We could just do this with math.min. We could just clamp this. Clamp. So clamp this between 0 and town.max sludge. And then delete this. Wow, look at all this stuff changing. So now nothing calls this anymore. Nope. And nothing needs any of the other stuff there. Nice. So now we can probably get rid of some of these. Yep. All right. Now that was pretty interesting. I didn't expect to get rid of that much code. And I think this makes the feature nicer. And I think this makes the game design slightly nicer. Like I had a bunch of notes about this stuff. In fact, I should probably go search for it now. Let's see. For the main mode, probably do need workers to take keys. No, that's not it. That's not it. Money? Yeah. Done. Okay. All right. All right, so let's run it again. No overload for this. Get defeat. Oh, yeah. All right, I think we covered everything, right? So this is in challenge mode. This can get to a very, very large number now. Yeah, what is that number? 999. It's 100 million. Which, yeah, if anyone ever hits that amount, good for them, I guess. But it's not going to warn you when you go beyond that. Yeah, so if I go collect one more crop, it's just not going to do anything. And if I got the maximum amount of money, I think it also won't do anything. Yeah, it won't. The reason being that if you're at the maximum, first of all, you just shouldn't get to the maximum. But if you somehow got here, I think seeing a bunch of 9s is enough indication that you can't go beyond that. But I think we still go back to the first part of that, which is you should just never get here. I don't even know what it would take to get 100 million. Probably the maximum amount of money you can get from any one sale is if you had like 3 fire swords and all the like max perks that you get, and then you maybe get like 200 gold. So 100 million divided by 200 means you need to get 500,000 swords. And it's not impossible in an idle game. I don't know how many you'd get even if you were maxed out in level. Maybe you get like 5 every 20 seconds. So you get 1 every 4 seconds. So it's this much divided by 4. That's how many seconds. So now this divided by 60 is how many minutes. Divided by 60 is how many hours. So you play for about a day and a half at max level, selling every single sword. And I guess you hit the max amount of money. I don't know who's going to leave the game running for 35 hours. There's no incentive for this, by the way. It's not like you get an achievement for hitting 100 million gold. Like, then I could see people doing this. But yeah, with no incentive, I think that's working fine. All right, so if we go to a new game, this will print a warning. Maximum money reached. Defeat the next elite enemy to increase the maximum. Maybe we should even tell you how. No, I think there are enough tips to do that. All right, and it says spend this in the adventures tab to level up your adventures. That's going to help. Well, now I'm going to do it just to complain about it. But the complaint wouldn't even really be a valid complaint, right? Like, I hit 100 million gold. Why won't it let me go higher? It's like, that's the limit. I just can't see anyone in good faith playing the game and being confused about this. That's all. Okay, yeah, a lot of this got much nicer. Yeah, it's mostly deleted lines, which I like seeing. And then this needs a new line. Yeah, cool. Okay, so change how maximum currency amounts work. I got rid of one of these, didn't I? Yeah. There are now essentially only 2 cases you can be in. Not even essentially. There are now only 2 cases you can be in. One, you haven't beaten the canyon on regular mode. And 2, every other case. When in case 1, you can only have 150G at a time, and you'll get warnings when you'll get notifications when you try exceeding that amount. The tooltip for Wisdom Sludge now tells you how to spend it. And we no longer color currency labels red when you're approaching the maximum. The contrast there wasn't enough contrast for this. But also the new limits are so high that no one should ever get close to the maximum. All right. Check in and sync. All right, neat. Okay, so we're finally back to challenge mode stuff. By the way, out of curiosity, I haven't looked at reviews in a while. No. For whatever reason, there have been like hundreds of new players and not a single one has left a new review in the last like 2 weeks. I'm not sure what's causing that to happen either. Like, out of every, let's say 1,000 players you get, I guess you should probably have a review or 2 reviews maybe. So have we just not gotten enough players? I don't even necessarily need there to be more reviews. Laziness? I don't think it's necessarily laziness. I think everyone has a different reason for leaving or not leaving a review. There's something I kind of wonder about. So I was playing Nine Kings because it's on Game Pass, so I could play it for free. And I think this is a pretty good game, but I have sort of a meta commentary on this. It's got, oh wait, what? Oh, I thought I had 10,000 reviews for some reason. Wait, also, why are they not listed as overwhelmingly positive? Steam overwhelmingly positive requirements. 500 reviews and 95%. Oh, I see. Okay, well anyway, what allowed this game to get to that many reviews, I wonder, which probably means that they got like 30 to 50 times as many sales. And again, I'm not saying it's a bad game or anything. I just wonder, was it streamers? Was it marketing? Was it Steam itself? It's filtering for English. They have 10K. Oh, okay. I was going to say, I was nearly positive I had seen. Oh, they changed this too. Man, I'm glad they're changing some of the UI for this. Yeah. Interesting though. That I'm nearly positive I went here yesterday and it said 10,000. Maybe I was on a different account where I'm not filtering by language. Just made a whole thing of egg fried rice. Sounds good. Game is funny at first. Funny, really. Yeah. Hey, the real Earl of Argyle. Big German streamer played it together with the devs. Yeah, I bet there were probably a lot of people who played it on Twitch. Like if I look at Twitch Nine Kings, for example, there should be a category for it, right? Let me mute this just in case it's not muted. Huh. Also interesting. I think getting followers on a category is tough. Yeah, so partner streamer, a whole bunch of other streamers. Although I guess we'd need to sort by like view count. That's already sorted by view count. Wait, really? What? This doesn't seem right. I would have expected more people to stream this and with higher view counts, I guess. Although I think view counts on VODs are weird on Twitch. It's only for views after it was a VOD, I think. So like this does not include the live view count, I'm pretty sure. But I don't know. It doesn't really matter. So I just need German streamers to cover my game. That's all we got to do. All right, where we left off with challenge mode stuff is getting all the other difficulties to be in, and then we got to work on run variety stuff. So I think I should probably take a break pretty soon, and then we should do that. I don't even have a new branch, do I? I just closed it. Improve challenge mode 5, I guess. Or just go update the branch. So yeah, where do we leave off? Where I left off, coded 5 out of 9 of these, make a new branch. I guess like challenge mode difficulties. Delete never coded this placeholder, render constraints in the objective details, release to playtesters. Consider whether constraints should work like how power buff works. I'm not certain I want to work on this right now. I want to potentially figure out how we can make this better. So here's what I did. We have 9 specializations, these 9 buttons here, and then there are 4 difficulties for each one, although easy is the same for all of them. There's no constraints, there's no difference. So easy mode doesn't need to be done. We just need 3 of the modes for all these other ones. And I coded them for 5 of them. So for example, farming, we have 3 different constraints. Adventuring, we have 3 different constraints. Industry, I never coded. Garbage Drawer has them. Enchanted, I never coded them. This has them. This, I never coded them. This, I never coded them. And this, I never coded. So we got to code them for the remaining 5. But if we just like cut those out completely and acted like I never even put those 4 other specializations in the game, we would have challenge mode already. And I think what we need to focus on is how do we make like this? How do we make this better? Farming mode, why would you want to play a 5th time or a 10th time or something? And yeah, I think we need to go into game design mode. probably need to focus on game design so that the existing things that I've coded are more fun. Then we can circle back to difficulties. And there was an important thought I had in my head. Oh yeah, do we want meta progression? Does that help? Does that fix the problem here? And a thought I'm gonna have when I come back, which I really should be taking this break, but Rogue Legacy 2, I think it's a pretty interesting game. First of all, let me show this in case people haven't seen it. So it is an action platformer game, and the way that it works is you start the run with a character with some upsides and some downsides, and then all subsequent characters are supposed to be descendants of that character. So that was like the storyline reason for this. But otherwise, it's a roguelike game, right? You get an archer, they shoot bow and arrow at somebody, and maybe that makes you play differently from if you're the paladin and you got more defensive stats. So cool. The thing that was kind of interesting here is there was a castle with meta progression. Where is it? They don't actually show a screenshot of it? Huh. They actually don't. Wow, I'm kind of surprised about that. Well, anyway, this is as close as we need to be. So there's some things you can buy that will improve all future runs, and you have a level. And your level is generally reflective of how powerful you are, because it's how many things you purchase. So you're not really expected as a new player of this game to beat the game at level 1. You could probably do it, and probably speedrunners do or something, but new players are not going to be able to do it. So you get to level 2 or 5 or whatever, you beat the first boss. Okay, you get to level 10, 15, you beat the second boss. You eventually, maybe you're level 100 by the time you beat the game or something. But this game is set up so that without that meta progression, you're pretty much not going to beat these runs. So that is one way of doing this. Their high level approach is you need the meta progression in order to get far enough to win. And again, the caveat here is like, maybe not pro players or speedrunners or something, but like average players going to need that. So that's one way you can do these things. The way that Vampire Survivors did this, at least what I would say their high level approach was you can beat any level without the meta progression, but higher difficulties will probably require those buffs. So when you load up your first Vampire Survivors run, you should be able to beat the first level. Maybe you don't, but you could if you wanted to. And then as you get more powerful, it sort of lowers the difficulty level. So this is what I think we need to talk about when we get back. And when I say get back, it's going to be like 3 minutes. Seen posted an article earlier today about updates to user review scores based on language. Maybe that caused a difference. Yeah, that's probably it. And if it was earlier today, then that makes sense why yesterday I saw 10,000. And hey, Blue Pulsar. Limit meta progression to unlockable perks. I think it'd be a huge time sink otherwise. I think having a time sink isn't such a bad thing though. But yeah, we'll talk about this when I get back. So is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, feel free to join. Just type join in Twitch chat and you can jump to the top. Compete against each other. I'll be back in a little bit. All right, hello again, everybody. Close the game. Thanks for playing. And hi, people I hadn't seen here before. Helpless Hero, TJ, Smoo, Deepar, and I think Seattle. So this is what I wanted to talk about, which is, in general, let's put this in the scratch section here. Improving the fun. And I want to write what the date is here. So people have been giving feedback on challenge mode. And if I had to sum it up, there's a bunch of UI / quality of life things that I definitely agree with. Mobile's hard with 15 seconds of delay, yeah. So a bunch of UI and quality of life things I agree with. Some like broader concerns, e.g. the RTS-ness of the game. The lack of variety, that there's a best strategy. And what else? I think that's kind of it. Yeah, so I think it's reasonable to say that challenge mode is the way to go, and that there's some way to bring out the fun here. So my biggest concern is that we don't pull an Infiniminer / oh my god, it's so hard to type, / Minecraft problem, which in my mind is that Infiniminer was close to being a $2.5 billion game, but they barely missed the mark, and Minecraft got all the money. Now, this is not from a monetary perspective. That's not why I care about this. I just want the game to be fun. And for those who don't know, I want to share this little bit of gaming history. So Infiniminer was a game by the Zachtronics creator, and at first glance, it kind of looks like Minecraft, but they had this other game on top of it. You had to mine for ore or something. I'm not totally sure how the game works, but it wasn't Minecraft. And Notch saw this and was inspired to make Minecraft. And yeah, we all know what happened. Minecraft became super popular. It sold to Microsoft for $2.5 billion. And I just wonder, Zach Barth, I think is his name. He talked about he was bitter for a while about seeing Minecraft's success and thinking he could have had that success. And I just wonder here, I think we have something pretty unique with Skele-Cellar to begin with. And then Skele-Cellar, on top of it, challenge mode, I think is also pretty unique. And let's say that it is a set of 100 decisions that got us to where we are right now. If let's say 30 of those decisions are wrong, then I think we could be in this state where we're we don't exactly know how to get to the right state. We can tell it's not as fun as it could be. So there's some amount of analysis I have to do to figure out what do we want this to turn into and how do we get it to turn into that. And I don't have the answer to either question right now. So one of the pieces of feedback I heard is that the starts of each run are very different with these specializations, but they don't remain different. And I've been playing some of the roguelike games trying to identify what is it that makes this fun? Like what keeps me coming back or what makes me want to play more? I mentioned I tried Nine Kings. I think it was yesterday or the day before. I think I did about like 5 runs just to get an idea for it. There were some aspects of confusion for me. Like at one point they say pick a new king or eliminate a king. I had no idea why I was making that decision. And I couldn't figure out what it was. There were some like very minor bugs. The bugs don't matter. I'm not going to talk about that. What else though? Yeah, at some point I felt like balance wasn't the best. Like I kept playing on whatever the hardest difficulty I had, and at each point I was winning. And at each point I always felt like they tell you how much damage your buildings do, and one of my buildings would do like 10,000 and then the next one would do like 500. So I'm like, okay, I should invest in the one that's doing 10,000 because it's doing way more than all the other ones. But in general, for whatever reason, I didn't feel like, oh, I want to keep playing this game forever and ever. And some of the people whose reviews I read seemed like they'd put in 10 or 15 or 20 hours or something. And yeah, with challenge mode, I wanted to be at the point where someone plays a run and they're like, oh, that was a lot of fun. I want to do another run. And I'm not sure where that's going to come in for this. So yeah, I think this is going to be a little bit all over the place. But I need to figure out what's going to get people to play again. And I'm trying to think, what are the roguelike games I played a lot of? I think Dead Cells was a game I played a lot of when it came out. I think in most of the roguelike games I've played, it's the piloting of the strategy that's interesting because they're usually like action games. Slay the Spire is an exception to that. There's no skill in like dragging a card from your hand. So it's all about strategy. You could argue that there's some amount of dexterity and accuracy in a card game, but it's really just like take the card from your hand and target the right thing with it. As opposed to a first person shooter or something. There's definitely skill in aiming and moving and doing all this stuff at once. So yeah, in general, I tend to play more of the action roguelike genre. And I guess Nuclear Throne is maybe a good example of a game that really hooked me. And what was kind of interesting is that I don't think the characters are like that different from one another. So there was some trait about them. This one got more ammo. And then some abilities. This one could roll. And what is this? No, that's the upgrade of the ability. So they could roll. Then this one had a different trait, so more max HP. Then their ability that they had was this. But other than this stuff, like it was just a trait and an ability pretty much. And yet that was interesting enough. So that's the start of the run. And then the runs themselves were different. I really like Nuclear Throne. I thought it was such a good game. The characters are the only things you pick at the beginning. And they're only different in terms of a trait and an ability. I.e., the starting of each run is pretty similar. But the runs themselves differentiate via which perks you upgrade and which weapons you get. So you're looking for a carrot on a stick? Not necessarily a carrot on a stick. Or at least the way I consider that question to be is like, oh, players need an incentive to play. I think fun is the incentive that you play any game for. And I think that a carrot on a stick would be something on top of that, like, oh, you'll get achievements or you'll get something else. But all of that is really just feeding into the fun. So I'm just trying to think of what is the most fun incarnation of this game. I like to think of it as a concept of having something good, cheap, or fast. Pick two. No idea how to apply that to the choices in the game. So that's the challenging part for me. I think I'm understanding you. You're talking about sort of the difficulty in coming to the conclusion of how do we make the game fun is very similar to the difficulty of picking how do we even approach development. Unlock more powerful options to create more power than what was possible in prior runs. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Devil Dog. So I've been playing Slay the Spire. I don't think you unlock more power as you play. I think you actually decrease your power as you play. And it's interesting that the game caught on as much as it did, given that every ascension level is contracting your total power level. Like you can't get as many relics, you don't get as much gold. You start with a curse in your deck, whatever, enemies are harder. The ability for you to get some like totally broken thing is actually constricted toward the end. And yet it's still fun, it works. I'm not saying it doesn't work for the game. I think this is really, really interesting to me though. The interesting part of this is that the starts aren't too varied. Skele-Seller has more pronounced starting points through specializations, I think. Then the runs don't feel very different. So the perks and choices you make aren't varied enough after that. You unlock new relics, don't you? I don't think you unlock new relics. You unlock new, like, basic cards, I'd say. But there are only 2 unlocks, I think, per character. And then you're just done. And I don't think if you never had those unlocks, I don't think they'd be, like, drastically different. It's a feeling of a good plan when you get it. When you have a click in a set time, whatever it is in the setting. Precise resource management. Timers, enemies trying to outpace you in their progress. You have to make quick decisions. Yeah. Yeah. I think with a MOBA, I think any competitive multiplayer game is like sort of exempt from having to answer some of these questions since players form the variables. So as an example here, let's say you're playing like Smash Bros and you only ever had 4 characters. You have however many matchups that ends up being, you know, player A versus player A versus B. So 16 matchups, I guess. Or maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know. Anyway, some number of matchups. But like each character then has their own style, and each player has their own style for that character. So you will you'll have different games being played just based on playing against different people. And MOBAs, I think, are a good example of that because I think typically they have lots of champions, and the combination of these 5 is going to be different from the combination of these 5. And sure, they might have the same high-level categories, but the games will play out differently. Ergathian, making it fun mechanically is something I'd expect as a baseline, but you also need to direct their efforts toward a goal. Yeah, but at some point, like, I wonder how much of it is just having goals versus you keep playing a game after you've accomplished all the goals. Like, that is one route we could take, is to just give you tons of goals. The difficulties are kind of in that direction right now, and we could make them harder. Meta progression would probably help to some extent too. But why would you want to do like farming spec when you've already beaten 6 other specs? Is it still fun, I wonder? Hey, dang, good games. Ever played FTL? I probably played for like a couple of minutes and then probably uninstalled. It's probably a very good game, and I just don't have a lot of patience for new games. So I think I've played it, but yeah, not to the extent where I even understand any of the mechanics of it. Okay, so when I was designing this stuff originally, I still thought that this came down to there are certain high-level categories that roguelike games apply. So roguelike games have like some choices you make from the beginning to influence the run. Pick a character, pick a deck, pick a location, etc. Then some choices that that are presented throughout, e.g. leveling up, get a perk, or like collect an item. Yeah, pretty much something like that. Then some choices that, I guess, as a result of your actions, then some choices that are presented like innately in the game, e.g. an item drops, or like a weapon drops, do you switch it with the one you have? And then some constraints that are placed on you, e.g. poison now does double damage to you. How does this change your strategy? And then how much, I still think something we need to look at Vampire Survivors again. Because Skele isn't a like manually fun game, nor is Vampire Survivors. It's more about seeing broken strategies play out. Perks, relics, mutagens. Yeah, I guess you can kind of look at it like that. And then some starting seed for those things. Maybe sum this up as seed plus perks plus relics plus mutagens. Do you still focus 100% on Skele after all this time, or are you already thinking about what game comes next? I have ideas. Like, I have a broad idea for the game I want to make next, and I keep coming up with ideas for what that game could involve, but I'm not actually actively designing it. So if something strikes me like, oh, that would be fun for the next game, I'll write it down. But I haven't spent like, okay, right now we're taking time out to think of what will make this fun. I haven't done this for the new game yet. So yeah, I'd say I'm still able to focus 100% on this. More about seeing broken strategies play out. I wonder if I should play Vampire Survivors again and kind of look at it from this lens of how is this fun. So what I remember of Vampire Survivors is you seed the run by picking a character and your like meta progression perks, e.g. plus X% more gold, plus Y% movement speed. The characters, if I'm not mistaken, were basically just different starting items and traits. In that sense, they were kind of just like the meta progression stuff. And then you get perk choices every time you level. And there are occasionally different objectives within a level, which may result in some bonuses, e.g. treasure chests from enemies, collectibles in the world. Now, does the game ever enforce something on you? I guess the level you choose, I guess you choose more than this too. Your meta progression and the location. The location you choose will automatically enforce some constraints, which you could learn. At 4 minutes in on the first level, you'll get a boss or a mini boss or something. And then at 9 minutes in, you'll get swarmed by enemies. Something like that. What is there to be learned from this, though? I feel like they went maybe a little bit light on the things that change a run as it's playing out. And it's mostly your item choice that matters. Item choice is. And that's going to change a lot of how your build works. And maybe some other things might change based on Like you took a lot of damage early on, so now you want to go for more defensive stuff maybe. I'm not sure. And I wonder how much it's a problem for this game. Like let's say we pick, it's one that's been fleshed out, this one. Items sell for less, new customers appear less often, you'll not be offered perks to upgrade to your shop storage. Yeah, so you're in this mode, you've got the garbage slime now, you're gonna go send your characters into battle. Maybe I even hire another adventurer here. Let's do that and send them into battle too. And now you're offered your first town perk, let's say. Click buy perk. Like, are these things dictating your run? That's pretty good. Let's go with that too. Yeah, I don't know. Also, this is pretty cool as a mode idea. Just having this slime for everything. Can we afford a building? Yes, we can. We did not get the... we didn't get the warehouse, or the farm, which would have been nice. Let me play this out for a little bit at least. And kind of see what's going on here. Oh yeah, that's right. It'll eat everything. I don't even need to drag these in. Interesting. Picked a route toward variation that didn't rely on open-ended systems or procedural generation, and were instead driven by player choices in a set world. I mean, the set world part, you can also pick the world. But I'm trying to think what other games have, how many of them procedurally generate things? I guess like Rogue Legacy did, Binding of Isaac did. Even Nuclear Throne to some extent. And I wonder how much that impacted things, because you kind of look at it like procedural generation is just presenting slightly different options to you. And in that sense, a lot of these games do that. They just do it in a slightly different way. I'll have to think about that some more. I wonder if this mode is even beatable. Oh man, the item selling for less is actually notable. All right, let's see. Can we get farm? Nice. All right, so we drag these things in. We could probably also start our quest. Oh, we have space there. Man, selling them here is actually not a good idea, I guess. All right, let's put these in here. So I guess I should hire another adventurer at this point. I think having more perks for the garbage slime would be good in this case. Like, we're going to get way more items than we need, but we're not able to upgrade the garbage slime any further. But this is like for this one mode, this is how I would change this. I don't think that's a very compelling thing. Let's go with that. Let's send them into battle. Shrink all these things. We could do that. This is interesting. You're battling imposter syndrome that close to release? It's not imposter syndrome. I think imposter syndrome would be like, I don't deserve to be here. I'm not that good a developer. My game won't be that great. It's more, how do I enhance the fun of the game? And I think it's not that I don't think the game is fun. The demo feedback has been really good. The playtest feedback has been, I would say, good. It's just the goal of challenge mode was to get people to keep playing. So if at some point they're like, okay, well, I got bored after 5 runs, it's like, all right, then we needed to do something about that. And I think there's more we can probably do. Ooh, this is not good. Go with that one, I guess. Alright, well, I might as well write this down for the slime mode. Maybe I should write some conclusions here. I think the specializations should still allow for upgrading beyond what you would normally get. This is pretty minor. E.g. for the garbage enjoyer specialization, you should probably be able to get the slime to be even hungrier. Maybe it's a perk specific to that mode where you can get another 3 levels for the slime. I think that'd be kind of interesting. Yeah, I don't want to play out the whole thing. We'd have another 30 minutes of this. I do kind of wonder if this is possible. But yeah, so much of this is going to be kind of one-dimensional. Of you're just feeding the slime, so like, where's the fun in doing this? What were the other ideas I had? Events. Yeah, I think we need to talk about events. So where's the design of that stuff? The goal with these would be to alter which choices you make. Maybe the events could even present a choice. Some could just say something like volcano enemies are 2x stronger just to change up your decisions. So do we need more choices in the game or more constraints in the game, I wonder? Events, I'm still not sure what form they would take. So choice. This would have to be different from a perk somehow. A perk is a choice of 2 to 3 positive things. Maybe an event could sometimes have negatives, sometimes have trade-offs, or sometimes have trade-offs. A choice is only as fun as the reason to make it. What? I mean, we are designing for fun here. I'm not saying just add arbitrary choices for no reason. If you were randomly offered another perk, you'd probably be like, yeah, sure, I'll take it. And you'd probably have fun doing that. So choice, a constraint, should be something where the game changes in some way and you have to react to it. And then what was the other idea that we had here? Well, I guess it's like permanent constraint versus temporary constraint. And temporary constraint. Could be, I guess any constraint would be something you had to react to. This would be something like volcano enemies are now tougher. And this would be something like plus 100% loot for the next 30 seconds. I guess I need to think of how you'd even be able to react to these things. I think there needs to be some reactivity. Yeah, there needs to be some variance in a run. That's the important part. That's the whole thing that's going to change up your runs. And reacting to that variance should be possible, at least like broadly. Maybe you make some set of decisions that makes it less possible for your specific build. And I wrote that thing about consumable items. Yeah, I guess the ideas I had already for some of this stuff were events and some kind of like consumable items. If you have tons of choices with minimal impact, they're no longer interesting to make, like allocating stats when you level up in Diablo. Yeah, I guess I generally agree. But I think game design then, like when Diablo came out, I think it was fun to think about your points and allocate them. I think game design has changed more toward like what's going to give me the most bang for my buck, and that's more embedded in gamers to the point where that decision seems less interesting, or that there's a best build and you don't feel like figuring out what it is. But I think also this kind of speaks to that different gamers want different things. There are some people who've looked at Skele-seller and are like, give me way more about battling in the game. Like, that's what I want. And then some people look at it and they're like, oh, nice. This is casual and light and fun. Try to clean up later so I can post in the discussion channel. I think the biggest thing is the reliance on the farm and or pond to determine the run. Those two buildings and their associated perks have a massive impact on the run. Yeah, and this is another little thing about the game right now, which is that there are only 6 buildings, and yeah, 2 grant sludge, and then 1 grants power for gold. And the plan was never to, well, there wasn't really a plan, I guess, originally, but you probably do end up with most buildings by the end of the run. And if you didn't, we probably need to make some more appealing somehow. Yeah. Love the stream. Love this process you as well. Really fun to watch. Game I'm working on is a roguelite-ish. I focus on the variants being something that has some clear and theoretical best solutions and builds that we speculate and want to play again to try and match a good build of the variants. Yeah, by the way, I'm glad you like it. I think that for some games that you might be making, I think it's a little clearer what you think works from other games. I think Skele-seller is in a very weird position in gaming because it started as like an idle-ish game. And in fact, that's what the main mode is. So the main mode is no time limit, no main goal. There's no like, okay, rush to get things. You go and fight in these battles. And if you were to just fight in this battle for the next like 10 days, you'd probably beat the game. You don't ever need to upgrade things. You don't ever really need to stress out. Whenever you want to buy something, you're just picking to buy that thing. And same thing for perks. I want this perk, so I buy this perk. So in this mode, it's like, okay, we can look at a lot of games that did something very similar to this. But in challenge mode, all of a sudden, it's like, how many idle-ish games were like, oh, now let's turn it into a roguelike game? And some had it built in by default. Like you can find roguelike idle games, or maybe you're collecting different loot. But rarely, I think, or maybe almost never, was there a game that started as idle that then changed the entire aspect of the game to be like, okay, now we've made it roguelike. So it's hard to build on what other people have done here. And I'm not bothered by that. I just think it's very tough to come up with what will work for this. How do we enhance that fun? And whenever I talk about this stuff for long enough, I usually come up with something. But we've done this for every other system in the game right now of like, what is fun for leveling up adventurers? Most games would have just said you get experience points. But we didn't go with that for this game. And I think it worked that we didn't go with that for this game. And I want to make sure we're doing things that are tailor-made for this that makes sense. Fun to think about your build or a stat distribution strategy, but the actual allocation each time you level up was always more of a chore. Well, that could always just be a UI thing too. I mean, imagine if they gave you like 1 stat point that counted for what 5 stat points would have been. So I think the choice is still fun. The act of, anyway, yeah, I don't. It's probably not worth splitting hairs here. And either way, I think if we come up with something here, we got to analyze whether it's going to be fun and then try it out. So yeah, some variance in the run. I think that's important. And we just don't have anything. You pick your town at the beginning is just your town. So I wonder if what we should do, what if the variance came from the battle map in some way? I'm not totally sure how, but we could change up the enemies or the loot that you get or the difficulty of each location. Like I think of Risk of Rain 2, and the way that worked is there was a pool of starter locations. I don't know how big the pool was, And then from there, you would slowly progress through random-ish locations until you got to the final locations. So at any given point, you might go to location A and then like location, I don't know, H, and then location B, and then location D, and you win. But any individual location wasn't really super important, I'd say. They all had enemies, chests, like secrets, I guess you could say, shrines and stuff, etc. So that I'd say it was a more aesthetic change than it was a functional one. Like, yeah, now you're fighting in a jungle instead of a desert or something like that. Like, it looks different, sure. Does it feel all that different? Not really. And in the case of this particular game, you might have a more vertical stage or a more horizontal one. That could have an impact. Maybe you need more movement speed versus more ability to jump. But yeah, in general, I'd say they weren't like massively different from one another. And it kind of makes me think that it was done to make the player feel like it's different. Maybe the locations were more for the aesthetic differences so that the game didn't feel as stale, even if they were functionally very similar. Tends to enable a lot of variation. Yeah, the thing I wonder about with this is it fun to even look at the locations to figure? So like we have whatever it is, 7 locations, let's say. Is it fun to have to go into each location to see how it was randomized for this run? So you go into the volcano and you're like, oh my God, there are 9 bats now. Like, I'll need a lot of AoE for this one. So then you like leave and you go check out what's this one do, and you're like, oh man, it's one mega boss in this one. So I'll need single target damage for that. And then does the battle system lend itself well to overcoming that variance in an interesting way? So like if all you're going to do is send all your high DPS characters into the latest location anyway, then varying the enemies didn't matter. And in general, I think the battle system in the game has always kind of been in the background, such that it might be a mistake to try to bring it to the foreground. It might just make players want different tools than what they have already. And this, I keep talking about the problem without actually coming up with solutions. But one way of approaching this is to try to think of what choices are ideal in this game. Which choices are ideal for the player to make? Is it interesting for them to form the perfect party and then be stuck in a location for a while? Is it interesting to make the right perk choices? Is it interesting to make a bunch of trade-off decisions? And I think at a high level, maybe this is what I should talk about. At a high level, the game is idle. So you want to see your town prosper. Maybe the trade-offs are more interesting since you would otherwise have the same general town each time. Like, what if you got a perk that said something like, fish have 50 more life, but the warehouse generates sludge every time it gets a new item? So now you're like, oh man, my fishing pond was amazing, but this is actually a really nice perk. It does kind of make me think we just need to do something like that, like some minor amount of trade-offs. And I think trade-offs are something you should be able to analyze for your particular town. Do you think trade-offs could be the way to go? Although even if presented only with positive choices, the trade-off is that you have to pick one of them. So trade-offs are kind of inherent to anything given that there's an opportunity cost, right? If I say I'm going to give you plus X of something, or like plus 5 of X versus plus 5 of Y, the trade-off is you're basically saying either plus 5X and like plus 0Y or plus 0X and plus 5Y. Like, this is kind of a trade-off, right? It's just not really exactly presented in that way. Hey, Karada. Maybe Z2 locations at a time and unlock more as you beat them. Yeah, but is it fun gameplay to have that be randomized? Like, what are you doing differently? And I just don't think it's going to be different enough, or that if it is different, you might not have the tools to approach it correctly. So I think it's worth. I think it's definitely worth exploring this for a little bit more. So and questions I'd have if we do have trade-offs. So like, how often are you presented with these choices? Do you even have to choose? E.g., does it pause the game till you make a choice? And what are the trade-offs? Well, varying loot through events, like maybe the forest for 2 minutes has inferno loot. That would have me react positively and make sure I do 3 battles at once in the forest during that event. I think there are some things that, like, okay, so I'll just think out loud here. Sorry, I'm trying to think of phrasing for this. But if I saw this happen in the game, so the forest is the easiest area and the inferno has the best loot, but it's the hardest. And all of a sudden an event popped up saying like the forest now has inferno loot. Every single player will react to this the same way, no matter what, which is like, go change all of your battles as fast as possible to the forest to maximize your loot. That there really is no choice there. So to me, it's like, this might seem fun, and it might be fun to add in as like a, hey, this is a you take an action to get the more money that we would have given you anyway. But it's probably got a better way to manifest it. And I think maybe in this case, the better way to manifest it, if you're going to make this action anyway, would just be like plus 50% loot for X time. Or some permanent alteration, like the forest drops double loot for good. And now you have to determine like, well, they're still going to be worth 3 gold each, but now I'm getting twice as many items. So now instead of like six items worth 3G each, I'm getting 12 items. And if your town has the throughput to handle those 12 items, and you're like, okay, yeah, this might actually have changed the equation a bit. So I like those sorts of things. And I wonder how much of that we just apply. Like these don't have to be trade-offs. Just has to be something that may change your decision making somehow. For that to be possible, you need enough reactivity in your toolkit. If we say item drops are all doubled, then you'll probably still fight in the latest locations you have access to. But if you also had something like items stack, then maybe it would behoove you to go to an older location to get way more of the cheapo loot. It kind of makes me wonder, like, should we change perks entirely? Right now, maybe it's only perks that cause this to happen. Be interesting for this to just be part of the perk system. So at some point, you get a perk that is really a trade-off. Or special in some way. Skittercat, thanks for the resub. Happy 2 years. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is your primary goal choice for the player? I mean, my primary goal is fun for the player. So let's say we made this into a purely idle game and you just watched it play out differently every time and people were like, oh my God, this is the greatest game I've ever seen. Like, that's all we would do then. I just want it to be fun and for people to want to replay it. And I think that the way of making it more fun is to bring out the strategy element, which I think then is to give you more constraints or trade-offs that you then have to react to. and that get you thinking about the overall build as a whole. So I like that idea quite a lot. Also so it would get you thinking more strategically about what will optimize your specific town, which is a much better line of play than clicking a million items. Maybe that's a more fringe build, basically. So it's something along these lines. So yeah, let me continue with this. Would it be interesting for this to just be part of the perk system? At some point, you get a perk that's really a trade-off or a permanent change to the. Well, I guess it's a permanent change to the game. Either way. So right now, you might be given a perk choice that is something like this. You can harvest more crops at a time. You get more fish eggs. The shopping spree spell is better. Like, let's take a picture of this. I'll just put this in a GIMP for now. Whoops. Did not mean to do whatever I just did. Okay, let's just ignore that. So what if instead of these things, there was something like this one was the forest drops double the number of items. And you're like, oh man, I'm going for a cheapo item build, so that helps me out a lot. I guess we need to think of what would allow that to come to the forefront of the game. Like I can think of other perks that would synergize with it. You get item stacking, you get plenty of customers, you get plenty of customer speed. Maybe your garbage slime eats items and has like a minimum eating amount. Yeah, so when it comes to just approaches, I think which choices are ideal for the player to make? Which strategies could we envision we could allow the player to steer toward? Or what kinds of systems would enhance the fun? I see no reason it doesn't fit in the perk system. I think it could. I think it's if we're making you react to something that you have to buy that you might not even find, it might not feel different. But I still need to come up with what these things are that you're getting. Hey, Simita. If you need to still get the other perks, it'll bloat the total. Yeah, but the needing to get the other ones, maybe you don't need to, or at least not in the same way. Like right now, you probably feel like the storage, like the shop storage perks are powerful. Maybe also like workers' speed could be pretty powerful. There are probably some powerful perks, right? And you probably feel like you need those. But in the future, if we change the game enough, or somehow maybe like curate the pool that is presented at any point, I'm not positive how we do that. But yeah, if I kind of want to look at this strategy approach for a second. So what if we let the player sell tons of cheapo items? Perk ideas would be something like the garbage slime offers no less than 5 gold per item. Items can stack. What else? Maybe like customers can buy directly from the warehouse. It's actually a pretty interesting perk. It's actually a really interesting perk. I should write that down as an idea. Hey, 7 Oda. Can I get a quick summary about the game? Yeah, sure. It's a town management game where you send adventurers into battle and you sell the loot that they find. So I send my archer into battle over here. They're going to just automatically fight. I'm going to speed this up a bit. And then they're going to win some potions, which pop out of this portal. And my little skeleton goes and brings it to the shop. I can also bring it to the shop. And these customers can come buy the items. So you build up your town, you build up your adventurers, you level them up, etc., etc. You take on more of the game. What we're working on now is there's a challenge mode in the game which flips everything I just said on its head and makes a whole bunch of roguelike choices. So now instead of like picking an adventure you want to level up, you get battle perks. Oh, I can't click that. Hang on a second. Yeah, there we go. All right, so yeah, you get battle perks, and you might not get the adventure you actually want here. So this is, we're trying to figure out like how do we make this more fun. So sell tons of cheapo items. What if we let the players sell very few expensive items? Perk ideas would be something like, I don't know, cut loot down. Trade-off, find less loot, but it's more valuable. Maybe like customers will tip if they haven't purchased an item in a while. Man, these are some interesting ways of coming up with perk ideas, I gotta say. Should probably write this one down too. Like Stardew Valley, but with magic elements. I would not really say that. I think it just looks like Stardew Valley, but it's genre-wise very different from Stardew Valley because you're not really manually controlling your characters in this game. So like, let's say I spawned a bunch of items in here. It's like, these are just going to pick this up and run with them. I'm not going to manually move them. The amount of time you're building up your town isn't as long as Stardew Valley. And yeah, there's no like real storyline that's playing out. So it's not like you're, you know, making friends with the townsfolk or anything or romancing them. Customer speed is proportional to the number of items in the warehouse. Imagine they just go super slowly and you're like, darn it, why did I get this perk? Yeah, maybe, or maybe they move faster if they haven't purchased in a while. Actually, I kind of like that idea. What are other ideas we could have here? Maybe like, what if we let the player get money or sludge through battles directly? This cuts out the selling and probably doesn't change the strategy too much. Although I do kind of wonder about this. So yeah, let's say perk ideas here would be drop less loot, but get gold directly instead. Or like lose one customer, but gain 4 random battle perks. These sorts of trade-offs are kind of interesting. And what else would we do? I mean, it's all just what's going to maximize your battles. Maybe like, yeah, allow for spawning as many battle windows as you want. Coding for a room lighting or a similar game at Sublime. Hey, Zapita. I was working on a game called Botland way back in the day. This might be what you were thinking about. The room lighting thing is I had controllable lights in my room that people could spend channel points on and change the color of. So yeah, welcome back. Hi. Are there any devlogs, like old streams or YouTube videos I can check out? I think I made all the VODs public. So if you wanted to watch this for like the last year and a half of me making this, you could check out this playlist. There are some devlogs on my YouTube channel. They didn't really get a lot of traction, so I just didn't keep making them. But if you search for, I think, vlog, For whatever reason, only 2 of them are showing up. Devlog 1, vlog number 3. Where's devlog 2? Oh, I guess this was technically number 2. Yeah. Are these all in a playlist? Episode I covered with the... Let me turn this off. Mute. Save. Yeah, Skeleton vlog. Okay, they were in a playlist. I should probably rename this to say number 2 here or something. All right, save. Yeah, I can find that playlist for you. Here. Maybe 10 years ago? Yeah, 10 years ago is when I started that. Wow. What brought you back here? Are you browsing various software and game dev stuff, or did I like pop up on the homepage or something for you? Oh yeah, that's another question. Do I want meta progression? Do we want meta progression? So I wonder if it's just the perks are steering your strategy. And when you find out that you didn't get perks that you want, you then need to compensate somehow. But I guess then the reactivity is built into the tool that you're using to react. Maybe get perks to give you more, to give more weapons as a priority. Yeah, I kind of wonder about that too. Well, I'm not totally sure. What if we let the player invest in an item type? You could optimize for weapons, for example. Engineer at Alibaba, nice. Nice. Congrats. Watching when I was a CS student, yeah. You had to go for a few big price items by stacking price synergy or go for many small items. Yeah, and that's because that's all we really have now, but we could enable other strategies. So we could let you get money through battles, and now the item sales don't matter at all. And you could actually get fewer and fewer customers, and I guess your workers wouldn't matter either. Or like lose 1 customer and 1 worker, but gain 4 random battle perks. What if we just did this stuff to you anyway, though? What if you were like, you lost a customer? Now, like, figure it out. And maybe you say, well, that wasn't too bad. But then they're like, okay, well, now we've deleted your armor shop. And you're like, well, I'm going to need the garbage slime then. If you could react to those things correctly, I think it could potentially work. I think the problem is that the thing you're reacting to, getting bad perks, would also be the same as your tool for reacting, which is getting new perks. In other words, if you were somehow forced to take like -2 customers plus 5 gold per battle, but then didn't have good battling perks. Whoa, Zabita. Thank you very much for that. Gifting 10 subs. That's very nice of you. Wow. Yeah, welcome in, everybody. I like the idea of a progress bar with checkpoints that trigger events. Can have a tooltip display the event ahead of time, so the player must plan around it before it happens. Yeah, that is something I think if the events are powerful enough, we could potentially do. Could even tell the player about these ahead of time so that they can plan for them. I wonder what they would be. And maybe that's what we should try to think about. Like, what if we told the player that in 15 minutes they would lose half of their items? Or like they would, I don't know, in 15 minutes, this trade-off would happen. Customers move 50% slower, but you find twice as many items. What would you do in response? I guess in this case, you would probably either get more customers to compensate for losing out, or you would invest in the garbage slime. I have something to watch after work. Search software development category on Twitch. Most of them are vibe coders. Not really enjoyable. Yeah, I don't know what times generally work for you, but it's right now about, I think, noon for me. Yeah, which means I should probably take my lunch break soon. But I try to stream for like the last 3 hours for most days, and then after lunch for another 3 hours. So again, I don't know your time zone, but for me, it's at least like roughly 9 to 12 and then 1 to 4. And then those videos are all just kept online. And as of the last maybe like 3 months, I started putting Twitch chat just directly above me in the video. But yeah, if you're watching the older VODs, you wouldn't be able to see the chat, I guess. It's 10 p.m. Okay. So you could probably watch the morning stream pretty easily. But yeah, I guess the afternoon stream would be pretty late for you. Thank you for inspiring people. 10 years ago, there were no people streaming coding. There were still some people streaming, but yeah, I appreciate that nonetheless. I don't want to say it was like only me in the category. It definitely wasn't. There were a lot of other people. Drought ruined your crop yield by 90%. Yeah, I think it's all in how do you react to these things. So as long as you have the tools to react, these things could be fun. But I wonder if you had the tools anyway, would it be more fun to not have the events and just task you with maximizing your income? This is where I thought that maybe seeding perks originally would be good, but I dropped that idea because specializations change things enough anyway. I guess specializations are kind of baking in that you won't have some reactivity to this. Like if you're in farming specialization and you get something that says like your farm is ruined, then the run's pretty much over. We could just stop it from showing up. But yeah. Oh man. All right, what was the most interesting thing to me? I think the idea of trade-offs happening every once in a while. But I still would need to figure out if they are trade-offs, how is it changing your strategy? I guess I still haven't really answered that question. Still don't totally know what's causing your strategy to change and then how you're able to adapt. Like we could just randomly nerf things as the game plays out. Well, not even just nerf, randomly nerf or buff things as the game plays out. Then you need to be able to react. And the only way right now is through perks. You're going to get adventurers and buildings on some schedule. So what if maybe you had another way to react? So torn on this. Like if your only way of interacting with this is basically these two tabs, buy a town perk and buy a battle perk, then you have to get the right random choices. Yeah, I feel like something's missing here. I just can't figure out what it is. May need to be a way to fish for desired perks so the player can better fetch the tools they need to make those things work. Yeah, but I wonder if it's even that. Like, what if maybe it is that? I guess if those are the things that are impacting your town, then I guess they'd have to be. We either reduce the randomness. So for example, allow re-rolling perks, allow buying a specific perk for more money. Pretty much just those things, right? I don't even know what else. I guess the other meta options for choosing perks. Allow re-rolling, allow banning a perk from ever showing up again. Or what else? Like save perks for later, that sort of thing. Or yeah, just allow buying a specific thing. I do wonder how much this would improve the game or hurt it. Like let's say you did unlock the I don't have the money for this. Let's say you did unlock the garbage slime. And now you're like, okay, I got this. I want to improve its hunger. So you click something and you're presented with the option like these cost me, let's say 10 gold. Maybe for 50 gold, you can improve its hunger. But then I guess the next specific one would have to cost a lot more. Because otherwise, what would stop you from just maxing this thing and essentially having 2 specializations? Maybe this cost just keeps rising. And the other thing, too, is if it keeps rising and it becomes prohibitive, then how much are you actually using this to steer? Maybe you can pick a category of perk to find. Maybe pick a category of perks each time. Like you're presented with farm perk versus slime perk, and you choose farm. So then your choices change to like speed versus crop value versus whatever. Or maybe it even just picks for you at that point. How is what you're building up in game A different from game B? And not even just from the specializations. Like, let's say I start with a farm. So I've got the farm. My decisions at the beginning of the game are going to be different, probably for the first like 5 or 10 minutes even. Maybe even 15 minutes, which I think is pretty good. And then for the remaining 20 to 30 minutes that you might have, depending on what mode you chose, we still need them to be different. Man. I like the idea of you getting like a super perk at the end. Like your adventurers are all invincible, or you harvest everything at once on the farm. So you can just click once and get everything. I do like that idea. Necrotic Shadows. Welcome in. Don't just give it to them, make them earn it somehow. Yeah, I was thinking it could be something in the last like 5 minutes you get it. Or maybe it's something you can choose to invest in, but it's going to like cost you your objective somehow. So maybe it's like delete enough items and you'll get it. Always lead heavy farm, regardless of spec. Has the treasure room changed that at all? Because I think power is crucial to the run, and power comes from sludge, but it also comes from treasure. I'm doing well. I'm a little lost, I feel. I'm just not totally sure how to bring out the fun of this game mode still. I still think you need reactivity. I think that's one of the big conclusions I've come to so far. And I know it's a very high level conclusion, so it doesn't help too much. But I still think we need something for you to react to, and then tools to apply whatever reactive strategy you come up with. Oh, okay, so something I kind of like to do sometimes, and we're going to probably try a lot of different, just taking stabs at this, is just we come up with something that will work. Maybe it's too simple or not fun enough. So for example, we say every 5 minutes, we apply a trade-off for you. So it might be like +2 customers, but minus 10% value from items. Or +2 random farm perks, but now fishing perks cost more. It's not even possible to do in the game right now, but maybe it would be in the future. Or fishing perks show up less frequently or something like that. So like this is kind of interesting. I guess trade-offs are interesting when you're pretty certain that the negative aspect of it isn't going to affect you too much. Like if you already upgraded the fishing pond to the maximum, this doesn't hurt you at all. So you're like, oh, that's pretty good. I might want to get that. And I think, yeah, I think we need to consider trade-offs. So then what reactive tools do you have? And again, our reactive tools could be, Maybe you form the trade-off. No, that's probably not interesting. I'll write it down anyway. What if you formed the trade-off yourself? So like pick a positive thing, X, Y, or Z, and then pick a negative thing, A, B, or C. Like haste durability just beats it. Chests are a large investment, especially if you want to open it faster. Personally treat treasure as I have a lot of money and items I can burn. Yeah, I wonder if we probably just need to balance that a little better. Instead of a timed event, I think it's more interesting tying it to progress toward the goal. So if you hit 20%, event will fire. Yeah, I agree. I was just trying to see if we just came up with something here. Like, what would this do for the game? And I'm not, I like, this is possible we could do this, but then what are your reactive tools here? Your only tool so far is just choosing different perks. And if you chose perks all the time, that might be fun. But most runs probably average with 1 perk per minute. I actually think that's an okay average. Like if you get 50 perks and the run took you 45 minutes, yeah, it's a little bit more than 1 per minute. But maybe they're not impactful enough. You also have other decisions you have to make too. I think maybe that's where those consumable items come in. Maybe this is where the consumable things come in. And maybe we make them a bit more broad. E.g., there could be a, like, give a random perk to this particular building that lets you potentially overcome a, I don't know, like a random negative effect. This is changing it a lot though. In 2 hours, my fishing is gonna suck. The mode only lasts for 45 minutes at most. So some of this stuff I think would be maybe information overload. Like you have to start a run, you have to like do all your normal starting actions, then you have to look at this thing and be like, oh, in 10 minutes, fishing's gonna be bad. At which point you probably just sort of internalize it as like, don't touch fishing. So now you build your starting buildings, and if you see the fishing pond show up, you're like, well, I'm not getting that. So you find a way to make your run work with the other stuff that you get. But yeah, I think this could be it. You get consumable things, and maybe then you can start fishing for consumable effects. I need to figure out how that works. I don't like the idea of adding any complexity here, and I think this would add a decent amount of it. But I also think there are a lot of things you could do that are interesting. So I thought of some effects before when it comes to consumables, and I think we have these written down somewhere. Well, I don't remember where. Consumable. Fill the warehouse. Yeah, here they were. Where is this? Super perks. Oh, that's what I called them. Super perks. Yeah, so these are some of the consumable ideas. Something like fill the warehouse with items. So this is really cool, right? You have a large warehouse. Let's say you just go into regular mode so I can actually just build it. Let's say you have this. You're like, oh, fill the warehouse with items. It's empty right now. So I will fill it with items and make sure that my adventurers aren't doing battle. It will actually change your actions a little bit. And then once it's filled, and let's say you got some valuable stuff, you might choose where you're selling it. So I think that's interesting, and it can change how your run works. You might get this as an item and be like, I should prioritize a warehouse because the more slots I have in here, the more free items I'm getting. And some of these other ones like sell every item in all shops. You might actually benefit by not having customers so that you can ensure that there are only expensive things in there. Then this sort of thing, make all adventurers invincible, grant 2 battle perks, get some more gold, grant random town perks, get a bunch of customers for some time. It's kind of optional to dive into that system. If you mean challenge mode altogether, challenge mode is, I guess, optional, but I don't think players would look at it as optional to get the value for their money. And adding consumables, we'd be balancing challenge mode around them, so it wouldn't really be. I guess if you stick to easy mode, I guess it'd be optional, but otherwise, it's like we'd probably assume that you're going to have to interact with it. So customers who leave reviews on Welp, if they wait, reviews will boost or hurt purchases. Yeah, but then you need to think of like what's the metric that they're rating on? Is it just by having items to buy? So that would pretty much just mean you need to get a lot of items. Any that don't fail be converted into 2 battle perks. Plant pumpkins all over. So these are like reward you for having a certain system. They pretty much all are. I think some of them though could be grant perks for a specific like type of building. Specific type of building. You choose the farm and then get like 1 to 2 random farm perks. Lets you invest without being able to specifically pick the investment. People become familiar with it on easy mode and learn the basics in non-challenge mode. Well, non-challenge mode wouldn't have a consumable system. I don't think we have a reason to add it there. Well, I guess we could. I guess these could even be items that you find. Although, how would we do that? I don't know what the UI would look like, but maybe they're surfaced as items that you use somehow. Maybe drag the item onto, maybe they spawn in your vault and you just click them or drag them somewhere. I think trade-offs are interesting because they at least don't seem like you're only getting a negative thing happening. I feel like trade-offs are the way to go. There are no negative effects in the game right now, except for from specialization difficulty levels. But just getting a negative effect feels bad. Hence why I think a trade-off would be good. And then, yeah, I think consumables to help react to them might help. But I'd still need to think about how does that play out. How do they play out? Are you actually able to overcome challenges added in by negative effects? Is that too granular? All right, I think I got to get lunch. It's 12:30. I'm getting pretty hungry. And I think this is probably going to be the rest of the days doing game design stuff. I know I've been doing a lot of this lately, but I think challenge mode has been going in the right direction, and we've like just having specializations be more differentiating than they were, I think is a good change. So something like this one where you start and you've got a bunch of workers all at once. I actually thought this was in like turbo mode, but it's not. So now it's like, well, your town can handle items without you needing to drag them somewhere. So if you get a bunch of items, it's like they just took a bunch of those. And now even before they disappear, they'll come back and grab some more. So like this might change your run a little bit, or at least it makes you focus on slightly different things. I like that. That came out of doing game design for this. So I think we'll come up with something today, I hope. Hey Goose, hey Sarah. What are we having for lunch? We got some biryani yesterday, so I'm gonna have that. But yeah, I'm gonna get going for now. I'll be back in about an hour. And then I'll stream for another, I think I've got 2 to 3 hours more in the afternoon. Something like that. I don't think we'll be able to do more code. But yeah. So thanks for watching. If you haven't joined Discord, if you want to play the game, there are some links for you. Don't feel any pressure. It's totally fine. I'll be back in a little bit though. Thank you all for watching for now. See you after lunch.